Hope that wasn't very loud for people. I moved my microphone into a more appropriate position for me to talk to. Okay. It should be live. Hopefully it all works. So today I am going to hopefully be porting just projects, but going to start with Bevy Granite to 0.17. What I'm trying to work out now, because I'm an idiot and didn't plan very far ahead in that I literally just finished making my update stuff, is that I've got to try and make sure that I've got the newest version of Granite so that I don't like end up fucking everything up again like I've done previously, where I've tried to port something and then been like, well, I'm on the wrong branch and the wrong, I'm out of date, that kind of thing. So the annoying thing is that I have a scene branch, and the scene branch may not be up to date, and it seems like their dev branch is a bit behind 1.something. So the main branch is merge branch main into upstream. Okay, so this is definitely a release. So it's 3 days ago. So dev was last updated 3 days ago. I don't know why my version doesn't find that. Default one was main last updated 3 days ago. Okay, so I think this is the same main. So to me that means that this is, if I can get this dev working. So I just need to make sure that I go back to my repositories and then my Granite, and then can I like sync fork? Sure. I need to sync like my dev branch as well. This branch is 6 commits ahead. Okay. What are my 6 commits though? Okay, I don't know if any of that's related, so I'm just gonna like discard my changes. If I have to do them again, I have to do them again. Odds are that I got them done a different way, so that should be fine. And then interesting. Am I able to sync this? I don't know. This is my scene stuff, so this can be ported by me later. So we'll go back to sdev. Come on. Okay. Then we go to git. We go, hey, can I go like dev and then like sync please? And be like, are you gonna tell me that you're only 3 days old now? Sure, it's cool. Oh god, merge conflicts. What the fuck? Okay, so you're saying that it's now mutable and I'm had it immutable? Okay. Okay, it's resolve. Okay. Is there a way that I can just like say ignore all this shit? Use origin, use origin, use origin, use origin, use origin. I can fix everything myself later. Okay, what the hell are my 7 changes? Okay, it's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. How do I revert this then? There's gotta be a way. Branch. Update from main. Can I like, for the love of God, make a new, can we say new branch? Okay, so I want to go like, here's the issue, it says like upstream, I want to go like upstream dev, but I don't know how to do that. So default branch, so I think from what I understand, main and upstream branch are probably up to date. So can we say like new branch from here and just call this port dash 0.17. Oh, that's 18. Oh, rename this branch, please. 17. Okay, so we're porting to 0.17, and we're just going to port from main because I feel like I'm going to break everything if I try to do that, and I don't have news git properly. So come here. We should probably close some of these so that we're not constantly accidentally opening these. Right. Yeah. We're in this. Let's, I don't know how to refresh this so that it, you know, we're just going to close VS Code and do an update, of course. No, and it reopened itself. That's fun. All right, so that should hopefully be the correct version. So we're just going to further run the dash example. I think it's just called main, isn't it? No. It's called dungeon, apparently. Apparently they've been doing updates when I haven't been paying attention, so that's fun. That's on me. I haven't been following the development of this for a while because I got distracted doing other shit, but we're going to port it to 0.17. Just got to make sure that's actually compiling and I'm on the right build. Just update my extension while I wait. I'm curious how long the new build of Bevy 0.17 is going to be, because they said that they made changes to stuff that should make it compile faster, but they've also done stuff like everything gets reflected, which is in theory going to make it compile slower. So yeah, fun. So assets, material scenes. Okay, so it's opened. It's here. We can go. Oh, I mean, this looks kind of cool. It's got a little like a light in here. Wow, they've done a good job of polishing this shit up while I was not paying attention. I personally don't like the holding right click to move around, but that's a me thing. That's actually just like cool. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna immediately break everything by saying, hey, luckily some of the extensions are already up to date. Fuck, Bevy's funny where it like came out with this feature and then it's been like what, 4 days or something since the version came out. Don't touch toml, don't touch UUID. Insert can be updated. I think we want to change this to like that. Native dialogue. What is native dialogue? Okay, I did not touch it because I don't think it's Bevy related, and there's no point upgrading a crate that might break things that isn't directly like it won't work. So let's try running this, and it's just going to immediately fail, I'm sure, because it'd be really funny if it just compiled, but there's no chance that it's just going to work. Because, yeah, it's Bevy. They don't make updates that don't break everything. Otherwise, you just push it in a non-breaking update, wouldn't you? And they just patch a few things. I'm curious what they changed. I don't think Bevy does patch notes for their minor releases, but we go to Git and we go Bevy. No. All of GitHub, please. Git Bevy. Assuming that we can go to like releases here and we can look at 120 gits behind, ahead and behind. I don't know how it's commits behind because it's literally the new version. Here, releases. Do they have like patch notes? A full diff to fixes can be found here. Okay, I just want to have a look and go. Release of check for decals. Replace feature doc auto config with feature doc config part 2. Register unit type alongside the other primitives. Okay, and replace that feature with that feature. Oh, this is actually part 1, part 2. Right. So basically, very minor changes. And what happened with you? Improve panic messages. No longer restricted. Fixed wood cache updates with last frame like okay. Avoid ref cell always borrowed error. Okay. set spawn despawn on the correct entity when despawning. And then release. So, what do you mean despawned on? I'm assuming that means that this is like metadata that's actually saved when an entity hasn't actually been used. Mark spawn despawn. Bevy ECS track location. When despawning an entity, providing previously the swapped in archetype or moving in entity table with both required extra bookkeeping to update archetype table which marked as spawn or despawn by the location and tick that the to be removed entity was meant to be marked while the to be removed entity wasn't marked. The entities when the swap doesn't affect the root. Alright, so I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's like if you swapped an entity, like spawned and despawned an entity in the same, like and it reused the same entity ID, like when you despawn and then respawn something else, it didn't map that properly. Anyway, so we have 184 errors to track down. So apparently add event is probably now being replaced with add message, would be my guess. Yes, okay. We're going to just backspace all this so that we can do this and we can say, hey, add message. Thank you. Okay. Request entity load event. So this is a message. I'm assuming almost all of these are messages. This is also like code that really shouldn't exist anymore because I think the editor is done in a really weird way because it was done from like 0.14 and we've just like skipped right up and haven't redone all this stuff like we request and load and they were very like strange. So you seem to be fine, this is going to be a bit weird. So cannot find mesh. Oh, because they moved it and rendered, didn't they? Okay. Do chapters. I did the chapters. I went back, I did the chapters. But yeah, it's fun. Unless I've left that in this, that'd be really funny if this had chapters. But yeah, I did the chapters this morning. I replied to the person's email because no email, their comment, because I thought it was really funny that like someone said do chapters and then someone replied to them saying tomorrow, which is immensely hilarious. There's the weird accent in the message. I'm working on the Bevy Granite editor. So someone was posting videos on on Reddit being like, hey, like I'm working on an editor, here's my like progress, and they were doing it in 0.14 when we were on 16, like it had already come out, and they were like, oh, I'll update it when I get there, like when it's done, so they're not like constantly trying to keep up. And then they did, they like went, hey, here's the release, and I like the next day went, hey, here's a port to 0.16, because they like had a thing of being like port to 15. I'm like, okay, well, is there any reason you want to go to 15? I'm just going, I skip straight to 16. So I've been helping them basically update and make everything 0.16, and then 17's come out. So I'm like, hey, like anyone planning to do 17? And they went, nope. And I went, okay, well, I guess I'll put to 17 then. Because from like my perspective, it's like, yeah, 17's a, like porting early, I guess is the way to do it. Like port early, and then we can like fix all the bugs then. Whereas it was kind of like, do we stay on 16 until we're at like a polished enough build? And they went, nah, the bugs are small enough that we can just sort of skip straight to 15 and like give us 3 months to make a bug-free build rather than, you know, spending ages keeping a version that's outdated update. Anyone staying on 16 can fix the bugs themselves, because if it's important enough to them. Handle weak. They've changed all of this. This is all stuff I have to actually work out. So I start with the easy stuff when I'm porting stuff like this. I just like pump it all in and fix as many bugs as I can that are just like renaming stuff, and then try and work out what the actual compile errors are. So component ID seems to have changed how it works. Cannot find mesh in scope, so that's a, oh no, enum dispatch. Okay, so enum dispatch. It's a macro, so that must be a macro that they wrote, which is fine because it's saying that it can't find mesh because mesh is moved, and that means I just need to find the file that's in, and I can find the mesh to fix it. So render mesh render assets. Okay, so all of this, just everything in render needs to go because Bevy basically split that into multiple crates now instead of one. Hence Bevy mesh instead of Bevy render mesh. And mesh 3D is the same thing. It's lots of little tiny tweaks. So primitive topology is also probably coming from mesh. Yes. Okay. And then render asset usage is assets. Okay. And then indices is probably also from mesh. Okay. Lovely. So it's just lots of like tracking down how things have been renamed and moved. So in theory, it's just this. I don't need to keep removing it, then finding a data back. Okay. Update user react. Okay. So this is add message. And then we need to track down that actual type so that we can do that, but we can do that later. We go up here and we go, hey, this is mesh. Totally, yeah, to be honest, this is the first video of the recap where I actually like feel like the video is worth watching as opposed to just reading the article. Like most of the other ones, I'm like, I did it more in the like, I personally appreciate when I'm like, I don't want to read this article or I want to listen to it like in the car kind of thing. So like the video was like, I'm going to just recap what's in this article so that if anyone cares enough, they can like listen to the video like rather than watch the video, rather than reading the article. But this one's the first one I'm like, I actually feel like I'm aware enough of Bevy. I've used Bevy enough to be like, hey, these changes are actually like really cool, important changes that I'm like, I have something to say, like the observer stuff, like when I was going through and adding the chapters, because like I was doing it in the video editor, because you can really clearly see where I've cut like the edited hour footage up, and you can like see the divide lines. So it's much easier to do it in the editor than to watch the video back. And I was going like, god damn, like, so I spent like 2 minutes at the beginning of the video, might only be a minute, like going, hey, like these are the big overviews and what I'm excited for. And then it's like I spend like 15 minutes talking about just the changes to observers, because it's like everything that they tweaked in observers is like, this is great. Like, I am so excited for these changes. I do wish they'd stop renaming shit unnecessarily, but again, like, it's do it now because it's easier to do it while it's still a small problem. They have to do it at some point kind of thing. Like, that even their, like, very last point, which I think I cut out from the video because it was kind of like, it's just renaming shit, but it was, they changed all their system set names to now end with systems. So it's all got a consistent naming convention. And they were like, this isn't like just because we want a consistent naming convention. It's because like all of the ecosystem crates follow Bevy's naming convention. Because Bevy didn't have a naming convention, they weren't following the naming convention. So it was like one of those, if they had a naming convention from the beginning, it wouldn't have been a problem. But because they didn't, they're like, well, now we're going to bite the bullet and change it so that hopefully other people follow along. Interesting. Fog, Bevy, PBR, fog. That's concerning. Where is the fog? Volumetric fog plugin is a thing, but there's no volumetric fog. Where does the volumetric fog come from then? Let fog, and then fog volume. Oh no, I didn't see this in the. I should open the migration guide because the Bevy engine, and then we'll go to the migration guide, and we'll see if the migration guide says anything about fog, because I didn't see any changes to fog in the thing. And even more confusingly, why is my thing? Oh, because I'm zoomed really the fuck in because I was on 10K monitor, on a 4K monitor recording the video. So it zoomed in so it feels a bit better. News, migration guide. I didn't see any changes to fog, so I don't understand why fog, why this isn't working, because like they shouldn't have moved anything. It's not inside of assets. Okay, lighting such as ambient lighting, directional lighting, and volume lighting types. Okay. Have been moved to a new crate called Bevy Light. Import them directly or from Bevy Light. Okay. Weird. why did the fog go from PBR to light? That's what throws me. I guess PBR must be part of the rendering crate. So it's like render PBR, and render is still PBR is still in rendering because that makes sense because it's still technically that's Bevy's rendering choice. Weird. I don't know where camera went, so I just remove camera and find it again. Import camera. Okay, so it's in camera. Yeah, camera. Okay. It is interesting to see like Bevy making certain choices, like splitting the rendering crate up like they did, because they're saying like part of it is that, you know, it means that it makes it easier for third-party renderers to come in and say like, hey, we have an alternative to PBR that like you can use our PBR instead of Bevy's PBR without needing to mess with everything, like all the cameras being cameras and stuff. And it also means that like one of the things they said was that was it the splitting it up like this means that, like we're seeing here, the render crate had all the lights in it, like, but it's like, well, the lights can compile on their own. They don't need to wait for all the other rendering related stuff. So like it makes it much more modular to what can render. I'm assuming it's just Bevy view visibility maybe? Nope. Okay, so we have to get rid of that because yeah, so it means that like now instead of having to render compile the render crate, they can compile the lights crate, the camera crate, the visibility crate, like all those get compiled independently, or the mesh crate, which in theory on multi-core systems like most people's computers are, it will compile faster because instead of having to compile linearly, it can compile in parallel. So cool change. Just a little bit annoying for everyone that needs to rename everything because it is removing the word render from the beginning of everything. Again, these all need to be renamed into messages, not events, but we can do that later. PBR light point, light. This is render. To be honest, I should probably just track down the and do a find and replace for that. Okay, so I'm assuming this is used enough that we can go copy, we can go paste, we can go. Nope, it's used literally once more. Okay, so let's go like. Okay, so if we said render mesh, so find render mesh, and then we go, hey, anywhere you find render mesh ::, I just typed that, yep, then we go and replace it with mesh, like that, and then we go, hey, find and replace all of these, please, because that should be the, like, that should fix all of those instead of having to manually find all of them. Right, so I'm fairly sure most of the bugs in here are, nope, this is event writer, so I'm assuming this is message writer. Well, first it wouldn't be message, it would be message writer. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go find that event writer. It's deprecated at the moment, not wrong, but we'd, you know, find and replace. So then we want to replace it with message writer, like that. Find that and replace all instances of that with that, and replace. Okay. I remember what I used to do, like the video going through the migration guide as well, and like half of the things were just like find and replace, find and replace, find and replace. Okay, so then we need to go, hey, every instance of that, replace with that. Hey, did it work? Kind of. It doesn't like the system parameter, which is you know, we'll work that out later. Again, trying to track down just the stuff that requires like naming and replacing, like stuff that I know isn't going to break things. How to phrase that? How would that be phrased? Stuff that doesn't require cognitive thought to work. So if it's just rename something, I don't have to worry about how logic might change. Don't touch anything that might change logic. So this should be a message. Reader, I believe it was. I should have paid slightly more attention to that. And then it's saying that that's not a message, that's fine. So mesh AABB apparently is not a thing. Could it be AA? I must have been render something got replaced. So this would be message. Wait, that should have come on its own, yeah. Okay, so message reader, something writing Apparently AABB was not used. I know I must have imported it somewhere else. No, there it is. Yeah, AABB camera primitives. Okay, point lights. So again, you're not a thing anymore, so we're just gonna get rid of that. And then we'll just import that. Wait, no, don't re-import the same thing. Message reader, and then import that. Okay. Right, again, just a lot of weird stuff. Okay. It's asset server load borrow data. Not events, not events, not events. Not events, not events. You are a message reader, and then can we apparently not. We already had message reader. Okay, cool. Do that. Plugin update. Message reader, and then you go away. And then it's just lots of weird stuff. And then the camera 3D is probably gonna be the last one of these, where we can go, hey, you go away, and you're a message reader. Message reader. Now the trick is to track down anywhere that we it's going to be hard because we have to actually make sure that they're messages, not events, because we do actually use observers. So it's not just as simple as replace all instances of event with message, because that actually maybe it is. We're going to go here, we're going to replace, control C this, we're going to paste this in anywhere you see this, replace it with hashtag derive message. Let's actually make sure we get this right. Message, like that. I'm gonna go copy, paste, no, paste, and that, and we go, hey, find and replace. Okay, so that should break some things, maybe not though, because maybe we don't actually use them. And then ECS event. So we're going to do the same thing where we're going to go, can you find all copies of event and replace it with message, like so. I could just copy the one next to it and go, and 11 files. Okay, so that should have replaced every event with a message, and that means that we just need to track down the ones that are now broken. Defined multiple times. Okay, that's cool. Because the ones that will be broken now will be the events that we're using as observers. So update system. Event reader. No, you're a message reader. Thank you. How did I miss that one? I don't know. And then same here. Did it say event? Sure, something said message reader. So compute AABB. That's all fine. Let's go away. Again, weak handles, and then this. Okay, so core is almost done. We just need to actually do logic now. So fun. So type, okay, camera, empty, object. So what are you comparing? Borrow data escapes outside of method, self escapes this method body here. So asset server dot load. Wait, does load last longer now? God damn it. That's the into asset path. And then mesh path as ref. Okay, so mesh path here is a cow static stir. So can we say let path equal self dot mesh path dot clone? I think because that should make you a static cow, and then we should just be able to say like, hey, path dot as ref. Like, but it should be static. Path does not live long enough, but it's static. It does not live long enough. Into a into asset path A, and you're saying the asset path needs to be static, but why does it need to be static? Does not live long enough. Path does not live long enough. Path dropped here while still borrowed. Binding path here. argument requires that path is borrowed as static. So load import asset path. So can we say dot into asset? Wait, that's a more interesting question. Why can't I just say add? The trait bound from is not satisfied. It can be an asset path, it can be a path, it can be a string, it can be a reference to a string. So the issue being that the okay, asset path. My assumption here. So I can only create from. I don't think I can actually just make one of these, can I? No, source pub. So source assets, source ID, copy cow arc path, and then label cow arc. So what annoyingly means is self. What even am I working inside of? An object. Okay, so let's just say that we are self dot mesh path dot to string. There, take ownership of that, please. I don't know why it has an issue. So reader does not live long enough. Borrow value does not live long enough. Excuse me. What do you mean it does not live long enough? Dot read. Like, how is that invalid? Reader. Reader dropped here while still borrowed. So does that mean I'm asset server reload? Okay, it's the same issue. Let path equal mesh path not clone to string to underscore string, and then we just have to pass in path, because what it appears is that they changed something that takes a lifetime now that didn't take a lifetime before, and so it's just not liking that, like, borrowing what amounts to references to strings to load them, and then it's like, well, we're taking ownership of them because we never give it back, but we keep the lifetime, and it's just not working. No method named compare found for mutable reference mesh in the current scope. Okay, compute the new AABB for the updated mesh. Okay. So for some reason we can't do that, which is confusing, because I thought mesh just had dot compute AABB. AABB. BB. Yeah, and it's just a thing that I can do. So I must have had to brought in a type, maybe? What the hell? Is it a trait that I had to bring in? Mesh AABB. It's a trait. Okay. And I removed the trait because it changed names. That's why. Okay. So then it's handle weak, handle weak. I don't really want to tackle that right this very second. And then that's a macro. And then this is component ID. Expected component ID, found reference to component ID. So dot clone. Okay, yeah, that's all it took. Okay, same here is just dot clone. So they just changed it from taking a reference to not taking a reference, which is easy enough to fix. Okay, so that's 90% of the errors here found. And then what? So we just need to fix the macro, and we need to fix whatever this weak handle is. Icon handle ID, asset ID image. Why are we cloning it weak? Generate icon handle ID from type name. But why asset ID? Oh, because it's an asset ID and we want a weak handle. Well, because it's not called weak anymore. There's something you can do with handles. Like, I want to say it's like weak, but it's apparently not. And handle. Okay, but like select h equal handle. I just need to find out what the functions are called. So there's strong and then there's UUID. Okay. So strong, which has an atomic reference count and then an ID, is strong is in path. So path untyped. Interesting. So I'm assuming we just need the UUID. And then the UUID takes in what? A UUID and then a phantom that maps the asset type. Okay. So I feel like the solution to that is to track down this icon handle ID. And we should probably say default hasher.finish as u32 and then uid. Okay, so you just say icon handle, or we should probably F12 that, so that, or F2 that, so it actually renames it properly. And then we're going to say actually you return a handle to an image, and then we're going to say that actually instead of doing this, well, it's going to be handle uuid. And then UUID from and then we do this and we say this well, that returns, and then is that going to work? Because it needs to take nothing and return a. Well, that's interesting because it's phantom data. Oh, it's phantom data, of course. We just put default default. Not an actual function. It's just a phantom data to the function. Is there no way to do it quicker? I'm sure. Is there a handle UUID? UUID? Nope, there's only is UUID, so I have to actually construct it myself, which is weird. Okay. Anyway, so hash finish this, and then I think does finish consume the hash or no? Okay, so we're gonna say ID, and then so we do that, and we're gonna say let well, so we're gonna say this is lower. And then ID equals, and we're going to say, so wait, first we need a hash, like, hasher dot write Garnet editor icon, I don't know. So then, and then we say finish, and then as UID, and then we shift this 64, and then OR it with lower, like that. I think that should work. Not entirely sure, but the idea is that I feel like, again, it's not really going to matter because it's UUID. We should probably conflict. Oh, actually no, because we need to make an actual valid UUID. Maybe. Oh no, because I'm assuming this will create CUJ from an 18-bit, 128-bit value. Actually, the question with that is this actually going to yeah, see, this just does it from bytes, which technically makes this an invalid UUID. That's annoying. Can I say, because I have the UUID crate, I believe. UUID. See, it doesn't like that. New v4. I don't remember how UUIDs work. So we're going to new UV4. So RNG, wait, ordered with that. So we're going to copy this because this is apparently how you convert a random. Okay, so let raw, I guess, and then let ID equal that. Raw, and this, and ORed with that, and so this we're just going to write a command. Make this a valid v4 UUID. Okay, so we basically we're storing the variant and the version number in there. Like probably completely unnecessary because like I don't think Bevy cares, but I feel like if you're going to give things UUIDs, you might as well actually make them real UUIDs instead of like literal just gibberish. Anyway, so this says icon handle. So we instead of like saying handle weak, we just say hey, like give us the icon handle. And same thing here. It's just some icon handle. Like we don't need to create the weak handle from there. Then we don't use asset ID anymore. So that works. And then we go to mod and we go, what the hell is going on here? So from icon handle is not a member of the trait here. Okay. So something else must be calling that, maybe. Oh, I get the Garnet type is something's enum dispatch. Is this a crate? What the fuck is? Proc macro enum dispatch. Is enum dispatch like something that they made, or like, where is this coming from? Enum dispatch. Okay, but what the granite type? That's got to be coming from this crate, because like who the fuck else would name it that? Definitions, granite type. Okay, so first off, it's icon handle, which is correct. So what is your problem? You're trying to implement something, and you're yelling at me saying that I don't know what enum dispatch is. Okay, cannot find type mesh in the scope, not found in scope. Do you need mesh? Is that what you're saying? Because like you're like putting it in here, so I need to. Okay, and then FN handle ID is not a member of trait garnet type. Yes. FN icon ID is not a member of type. Okay. Here. Do I need to save this file? Get icon handle. Okay. Embedded icon byte. But where is the issue coming from? Because I understand that get icon ID is not a thing, but like I'm not calling it, so what do you mean? It's not a maybe it's a I haven't compiled it, holds no real data. Okay. Just do that. I'm assuming other things need fixing too, but I have a feeling that the it's not liking that at all. It's a bunch of run ifs, yeah, that's somewhere else. So maybe it's that it hasn't recompiled this, so it's throwing a previous error because I renamed a type. So we'll find out. We're gonna go fix this one. So we come down here and we're gonna, hey, it's actually add message. And then run if is gizmo is obviously that something else is broken. So main camera added, this is a message. Okay, so this is just that it's missing the macro. And again, you're an event message writer. Message writer, okay. And then you're a message reader. Message reader, okay. And then we go, hey, we don't do anything with events, and then this is actually camera. I'm assuming camera. Oh, it's just camera 3D. Okay, and then that would be camera. And then view render layer apparently, but we'll work that out later. Where is that render layer? Okay. So that fixes that, and then we go to gizmo. Oh god, okay, we'll skip gizmos for now because that looks complicated. So again, let's go track down all instances of add event and replace it with instances of add message. And yep, 31 times, so that saves me a lot of fucking hassle. Then this all works, so we go here and we go, hey, so your issue is that this says event when it should say message. That should fix all those. And then filter map, okay. Reference to well, we'll work that out in a second. Archetype component ID. Okay, so again, this is like clone. And then we go up here. I think the same thing's happening here, is that you're saying that this is a component ID. No method name filter map found for reference to in the current scope. Is not an iterator. So you're a reference. Okay. You don't like that, that's fine. Don't clone this. So it must have returned a vector of references before, so it doesn't like that it's now. Okay, so this is add. This is now called on. Well, apparently adds not correct. Okay. Adds private. Okay. Where is add coming from though? So find all instances of trigger. Do it over here actually. All instances of trigger and replace them with instances of on. We should maybe check first off be case sensitive. Do that and that to make sure that we only catch actual triggers. We replace and replace. Okay, so entity event is actually an observer. Fun. And then we go down here and we go here. Okay. Target. Okay. So it's not an event, yes, but we will get there. Entity.target, entity event, deselect all, target. Okay, so somewhere we need to track down what the fuck's going on. Okay. I think we should be fine. That what it's saying is that entity event here needs to be not a message, but you are actually in fact an entity event entity. An entity event. Yeah. The name entity event is defined multiple times. Entity event must be defined only once in the type namespace. Okay. Oh, okay. So rename you to entity event because you're an actual. Okay. Aw, you suck. Okay. So we're going to call you an entity event type. And then we're going to go pub struct entity entity event, and then that kind of makes sense actually. So then you're a unit type. How do I have to implement it myself? God damn it. Okay. We'll do it myself. Impl entity event for entity events. The event type. I assume this will be fairly easy to implement. Can I say that you are... I don't think I can derive entity on you. So you need to be able to select your entity, which is to say self, 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 and then not dummy, entity placeholder, I believe it's called. There we go. I also don't think you have a target either. I'm going to say that these also say entity. Placeholder. And you're also an entity. Actually, no, never mind. Let's just stop doing weird stuff like this. Okay, so I'm going to call you entity event. I just realized that like, it's not really an entity event because this doesn't actually target. Like, we're not deselect and picking a target. This is just derive event. Like, we're just telling it which entity it's selecting or deselecting. We're not actually targeting that entity to be selected or deselected. I mean, technically we are because we're doing other stuff, but first off, this is entity events. Okay, so first up, we need to like find all instances of this and replace all instances with an S. Okay, so cannot find entity events in scope. Well, it's right. Oh, now it's got two S's because then you found entity event twice. That's my bad. So this is just add. Now add. Lifecycle. Okay. That was very confusing. So damn it. Single action. Propagate. The method propagate exists for the struct add, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. The following trait bounds were not satisfied. Add as Bevy event target is equal to propagate event add does not satisfy. So it's saying that add can't propagate. Well, the fact that add active propagate false. The first thing we did was say propagate false, so that's actually hilarious in that like I was already saying don't propagate. I was already turning propagation off, so that's funny. If entity equals add active dot target, Okay. Command entity and then remove. Add active.target. If entity does not equal, can we just say this then? Like, what do you mean? No, it must be dot entity or something. Dot entity. Okay. Weird. Entity. 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 I have no idea if the placeholder is 0. But for some reason, I was checking to make sure it's not 0. I think 0 is because 0 is like the very first entity is just the game itself. So like I was getting issues with 0. Spawn gizmo event. Can you just... What were you doing? You just send the event. Well, it's not send, is it? Is it write? Write message. You don't need to access the resource to write the message. Apparently this is not a message. Oops, go away. Spawn gizmo event. Oh, well it is a message. It's just message. That'll fix a lot of problems. Like a lot of messages just not declared as messages. This is view render layer? No. Okay. I don't know what a fucking where the view hides anymore. Render layer. Can we just import camera visibility render layer? Cannot find component hooks in ECS component hooks. Well, that's concerning. Where the fuck is it then? Oh, it's life cycle. Okay. Apparently this is just a spelling mistake, but okay. And then the plugin, we go down to the bottom, we go, what the fuck are you doing? Add observer, draw axis lines. Okay, so you're having issues because on, and it says pointer, can't find on in scope. Observer on. Don't use trigger anymore. Did I not replace all triggers? Okay, so pressed. Okay, press. Apparently. Okay, that makes sense because it's on pressed as opposed to on press. On press instead of on pressed. So this is Bevy camera. Oh, okay, camera. That's fine. Dot event dot entity. Target. Nope, it's entity. 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 Like so. We come down here and we say, hey, this is a message. Wait, what? What was it? Writer here. So message writer, like so, and then we say entity, event.entity, event.entity. I'm assuming the entity, this point event happened. Okay, and then press. Okay, so that fixed that, and then non-shadow caster and not shadow receiver. Okay, and then we have to go track those down and go, hey, probably light here. Not shadow caster. It's also light. Okay. Da da da. So it makes the gizmos ignored, and then so you're on trigger. Your press, your just camera. Again, I should probably say something like copy this, paste this, paste this, paste this, and do that. And replace. Didn't really save me much. If I'd done it earlier, it would have. Can we replace all instances of event reader with message reader? Do that, and 50 something times. That's incredible. Message event. Don't replace event reader with event writer. Event writer with message writer. Oh, don't paste that. Okay, copy that, paste that. Yep. Okay, so event WRITER and then replace. Some of those occurrences are apparently in comments, so they wouldn't really matter, but you know. So now your entity, okay, but again, probably should go, hey, anywhere that this exists, replace it with this, except this says entity. Not really saving me much because it's not that common of a thing. Would have saved me a lot if I'd done it right away, but you know, whatever. Press. And this is entity. Index, okay. Apparently. Wait, what? Oh, because it's called something else. Okay. So this is white. Apparently weak handle is deprecated, so we'll do that. Thank you. Now, what is your problem? Weak handle, ring mesh. Constantly ran, it doesn't matter the back. Okay, so this is then handle UUID. Then would be that, and then default. Okay. So well, why wouldn't we say that this is like a UUID then? UUID. Well, fine. Lowercase UUID, and then UUID, and then we go to end, and this is that thing of like, you use the UUID macro because it makes sure that it's actually a valid UUID, unlike when we were fucking around before. Entity event, and then I think this is actually entity events, which we probably need to rename to something else now that Bevy uses something very close. Let's get rid of hooks because they're called something else now, and I can't be bothered learning all the new contexts. We don't apparently use message here. Okay, lib. And again, entity events. Okay, that's most of our red lines gone. Apparently the editor has gained red lines from me doing this, but I think that's because the editor actually is compiling further now. See how many fucking errors it actually throws. It's still throwing very big, weird errors, but okay. Anyway, and 2 warnings and 200. So we've got more errors, but I think more errors is because we're actually compiling into an additional crate. Whereas before it was like it was bailing out when one crate failed. So selection events and editor events, so that should fix a whole bunch of errors. And then your message reader, and then set active world. So, oh, fun, another one of these, like, if I just find where it says event, let me say message. Not message, it's message. Okay, that fixed basically everything. Chain doesn't like this. This is all stuff that's not related to what it'll fix itself as I fix other things. So this needs to be fixed. Okay, that's that renaming of systems stuff. So render layer, we need to import render layer, and then apparently at some point we use transform systems. Transform propagate, okay. It's very confusing. Let's just call propagate. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So this is visibility, which I believe was camera. No. Fuck knows then. Okay, whatever. We'll get rid of it and we'll add it back with like intelligent camera visibility. Okay. So you render, which is incorrect. You're mesh. You are mesh now. This is this, and these two are actually white. That done magic. Okay. You don't like whatever's happening down here, which is that render layer was deleted but never brought back. Why are you from layers? Okay, whatever. I feel like they learnt the new function and used it because that's very much like different to how they've done it everywhere else. Well, you probably haven't noted this engine editor because it's somewhat new and like it only came out maybe a month ago, I want to say, maybe a bit longer. And it came out as like a 0.14, even though we were on 16, and I ported it to 16, and we've been working on like squashing the bugs since then. We'll go to Git again. like my Git just defaults to embassy because I spent so fucking long trying to work that shit out that it's just the default where I went every time. And then because I go there by default, this is where it takes me. So we'll go to the actual main one. When did it get published? I don't know how to find that out. Probably the README. README. Nope, that was updated 3 days ago. License 2 months ago. It's about 2 months ago. Pre-release candidate version releases. So this is like 0.14 and then 0.16. We just did the full release for like 16, like 3 days ago. And that's more because I said, hey, do you want to update to 17? And they went, oh yeah, okay. So if we're going to update to 17, they pushed a release for 16 to say like, this is the release for 16, which I should actually bump that as well. So I don't remember how to do all this stuff. So you say, somewhere, package. So let's say 0.3. Probably update the edition as well, but I'll work on that later. Yeah, so like the editor is relatively obscure because it's only just sort of hit a point where people are like where it's public, whereas for a while there, like when I heard about this editor, it was this person's personal project that they were keeping private, which I kind of wish I'd got in slightly earlier because some of this stuff would have been you know, I could have been fixing some of this stuff while they were actively building it, rather than a lot of this sort of bits of these editors, like they did it this way, and it's like, I don't know, like I don't want to break something, but this really needs to be rewritten because it's just sort of weirdly structured. Like they have I guess they did in 14, which may have been before observers, or they didn't know how observers worked, or maybe observers were slightly more limited than they are now. But like, there's a whole bunch of things that they did where it's like they have a message for and a message, and it's like, so they're passing messages around by like how to, like they have like 6 different types of message that they're calling one, they do a thing, and then they call the next sort of step in the chain, because it's like that's how they decided to architect it. And it's like, well, you could have just done an observer, and then that observer could have triggered the next observer, instead of this weird like having 15 different message types that all just sort of say, hey, I want to do this one thing, and then, you know, calling that message, doing that thing somewhere else. Maybe it was just like a part of splitting it up so that they could understand it themselves. And, you know, but it's really hard because I'm like, I don't know what I can change without breaking everything, because it's weird, like messages passed like to spawn an entity, they emit a request to spawn an entity that then something else picks up on and actually spawns the entity. If that makes sense. Gizmo selection events. And then some of the stuff I've tried to just sort of keep the same shape of the architecture, because again, I don't want to break it. So it's like this, where it's entity events. It's like deselect all, and this exists because I was copying what they were doing, but they had I've made entity events and made an enum with the different types of events you can do. They had them like as individual things, so they would have an select entity range, deselect entity range, and deselect all as their own events, and would call them as such. And it's like, well, like we could just compact them into a single type, and then you go, hey, I want to do an entity interaction, and so that's why they're called entity events. And you'd be like, I want to select, like, you know, and then in the thing, the observer just discards it and returns early if it's the wrong observer for the particular thing it's doing, which not necessarily efficient, but it does make the code much more readable, because you don't have to like have 15 different events that in reality will do the same thing, but like one selects, one deselects. Like they're not really different events. Similar name exists. Okay, so it's just not compiling. Okay, weird hierarchy from raw. No function or associated item named from raw found from struct. Okay. Yeah, I think they got rid of that. From bits? Row? Row, create an instance and generate. Oh, I don't like that one. Create stable dummy entity. Create a stable dummy entity ID from a file path. I do not at all like that they're doing this. Okay, this equivalent to from row, except that it takes you instead of an empty row, returns none if row. Okay. dot expect. What did it say? It says if returns none if row is UUID max. Max U32 max minus anything is valid entity. Okay, and then we just need to say that that hash I think I just do a let statement, which I don't know how the compiler handles that, but like I don't think you can say that an observer only triggers on a specific enum, although you may be able to, because if I go to the update bevy.org, right, if we go to the news and we go on the bit that I spent most of the video talking about because it's the most exciting bit to me, we scroll right down to the bottom, custom event triggers. We can write our own trigger that decides if an observer runs. So yes, I would assume, I haven't actually looked at how you write a custom trigger, but I would assume you can make a trigger that looks at the event variant and will only trigger the correct observer. I don't know how you would encode that into a static type or whatever. I guess because with the empty enum triggering thing, what you would want to do is something along the lines of, so I don't know, maybe we shouldn't be doing it here. That would be weird. Is this going to work? I don't know. So I'm going to say that we somehow hash, we write this, we hash, we multiply, we wrap. Can we say that let hash equal hash, well, it's just modulo equal, isn't it? So, because it's mutable. I just want to fix this before I go on a tangent and do something else and then like not come back here and make sure that this works. So hash modulo equals whatever this horrible number is, right? So what they're doing is they're basically saying we're going to pick a random number in the top 10 million. Is that 10 million? Top million. So we basically it's like saying, hey, pick a random value in the top million entities and use that. But then we're going to say hash plus 1. Ensure non-zero and to avoid from raw. There we go. See? We subtract at least 1 from raw. No. Use 32 max. Right. So ensure non-zero. Okay. So we're going to go to probably examples because that would be the best place to write a bit of random code. So I don't know how. So we're going to say like struct enum trigger. Right. And then we're going to say, I think it was discriminant, I think, which is then like std mem discriminant unknown. Okay, so then this is like something t and then t. We're just gonna put this here so that it's the correct spelling. Discriminant. All right, and then we go something like impl t. I don't know if Rust has it. Needs to be a trigger thing. Enum trigger t. Right. Wait. Enum, no, we want to implement a Bevy observer, maybe observer, no. Okay, use Bevy something ECS, maybe observer. Okay, ECS observer trigger. Okay, and then we go, hey, can we implement trigger? Okay, so apparently we need w so I think it's world ws, that's doing world, no, apparently it's t. I don't know what t is, but okay, must be the world trigger e and b. Okay, so e can probably stay unset, so then t is the type of the trigger. Pub type trigger determined on. So no, wrong trigger. This is the type trigger. No, I need the other trigger. Trigger context. There was a See, what does on require? On requires that T, E, event, E is event, then E, okay, so event. Okay, so let's go ECS event. Event. We need to track down what the type is. So you say that you're inherit from pub unsafe trait trigger, E, and that's the event trigger. Okay, so Bevy ECS event trigger, event trigger as opposed to observer trigger, which then just needs a unsafe trait type E, and then E is event. Okay, so then yeah, you would be type T, so trigger T for enum. Okay, this is an unsafe trait. Okay, so unsafe impl, not all traits impl. Okay, so FN trigger. So what the hell does trigger do? Do you have comments? Oh my god, Bevy is the best. I love that when whenever I'm like doing something in like a random crate, I'm like, oh, I need to implement something. I'm like, like I'm gonna have to try and work out how to do it. Bevy, everything is so well documented that I'm like, man, I'm gonna try and implement something just off the cuff, and I'm like hover over it, and it's like, hey, here's the fucking documentation for it. It's like, oh my god, it's great that everything has documentation. Sometimes you can get deep enough into it that it's like nothing's documented. Like it's like when you're internal to Bevy, like it actually developing stuff that's private, I think would be a pain because sometimes it just doesn't have any documentation. But then anything that public facing is like it's always documented. So trigger the given event, running every observer that matches the event as defined by this trigger, and the state stored on self. Okay, yeah, so discriminate, right. So safety. The cached observers must come from the deferred world. Okay. But that's not me. Okay. Trigger context must contain an event key that matches the event type. Okay. Again, I don't think that's me, is it? Trigger context. Okay. Observers must correspond to observers compatible with the event type of E. Okay. Again, not me, which I guess that's the point. Safety is when you call this function, you must make sure this is true. Read and abide by the safety section defined at the top in the top level trigger documentation. Calling this function is intuitively risky. Do not use it directly unless you know what you are doing. Important. You should only be calling for an event whose event trigger matches this trigger. But it doesn't say anything about like when I'm implementing this. Surely because it's an unsafe implementation. Maybe it's because I have an unsafe type, it's an unsafe implementation. But I don't understand why I need to implement this unsafely in order to be able to use it. Like, I guess, because they're saying if you want to call this, you have to follow these rules. But like, none of those rules stop me from doing it. Anyway, so world deferred world observer, cached observers. And then trigger context, and then trigger context. So the trigger context, I'm assuming, contains the event key and the caller maybe location. Okay, so I'm assuming the event key. Trigger context dot event key. Okay, so let's track down what an event key is and have a little like gander and go. Okay, so not cached observers. Let's look at the event key. So trigger context. Event key, a unique identifier for an event used by observers. Okay. You can look up the key for your event by calling the world event key method, right? And the event key, you can look up the key for your event by calling event key method. Event key. So it's just a component ID. It's just some unique identifier for the specific event that this is. But how do I get my data? Okay. Oh, there, event mute T. So there's my event, which is mute T. Okay, so we want to go something like std Okay, so if self.discriminant does not equal std mem discriminant of reference to t, so that's event. There's not even a reference to event, it's just event, thank you. And then we just return. Does that work? Is this a thing that I can... I don't think this works because it's like event. Yeah, this is just the AI like hallucinating shit. So right. So here's the thing. There's 4 pre-built Bevy event triggers. So can I be really lazy and be like, hey, I want like an E and a T, where E is E and then this is marker std marker phantom dot t. Okay, so this is the trigger and this is the event, and then we say, hey, trigger E T, and then E, and then we say E where E no, the other way, E where E is event, and T where T is trigger E, right? Because for T where E is event, and then so E where T where E is event, and it's E and T and E and T, right? Maybe we don't need this because I feel like this implementation is already checking that, because it's saying, I feel like because T no, not T, E, trigger E. So trigger E, and then it's not complaining, which would make me think that trigger E can fire this, which restricts, because E's here, it's restricting this to having to be an event. And then anyway, so like T is trigger E, and then we go, hey, any chance that we can say, oh no, because it takes an instance of self. Unsafe FN trigger. But this takes mutable reference to self. So we can't use a marker. We need to say trigger, which is then T, and we're going to say that we could probably restrict that, but we're not going to. So we have event type E, and then trigger T, and then we're going to go, hey, you type E, thank you. So we event in here and here and here, and then we say hey, self dot trigger and then world observer trigger context event. That's how it works. World observer trigger context event. Right. Is this going to complain? I don't know, because it's not going to compile. We need to track down a whole bunch of other stuff first. We should probably be doing this in something that's not right. Let's cut this and let's go. Is this going to work? I have no idea what you agreed to, because I was not paying attention. No idea when you said it, but like yeah. It's getting a little slightly confusing. Okay, so we're gonna go to projects. We're gonna go new folder, test observer. Okay, test observer. So we're gonna go yes, agreed, and we're gonna go okay. Terminal new cargo init cargo add Bevy. Okay. That's taking a really long time, if you wouldn't mind. So we need to go here. We need to go use Bevy prelude. We're gonna go main app default plugins, add startup system. No, it's add underscore system to startup. To wait for it all to compile. Actually, we don't even need it. This is just add systems to update. And this is going to be fire. And and then fire is not command. Well, it could be commands. Yeah, you know, these commands, and then it's keyboard input. Oh, just call it input. Thank you. That's a bit complicated. Res key no, button. Bleh. God, I don't like when the AI fills it all in with like weird shit. It's also really small. Like, can we? Oops, that's a bit big. Okay. Go away, chat. I need my extra screen space. Thank you. Res. Keyboard. No, button. Button input key code. Thank you. Okay, so that, and then we're gonna go, hey, what the fuck, firework? No. Okay, add systems, and then don't do anything right now. So we're gonna say, we need a enum event type, and then we're gonna go, hey, so this is like a key W and key A and a key Q and a key S. Right. Event type, enum event type. So then we want to say derive event trigger, something about like event trigger. Equals, I think that's how you do it. Anyway, we'll paste this stuff in so I can stop worrying about accidentally overwriting that. We're going to come here and say, hey, event trigger equals trigger. So event equals enum trigger, closing. Okay. Expected 2 generic parameters. So the and you are going to be a global well, event first. So the event is self, and the trigger is Bevy ECS event global trigger. Right. The trait bound so the trait bound event Bevy entity event trigger event type is not satisfied. The following other types implement trait event trigger E. Animation event trigger, entity component trigger, entity trigger, global trigger, propagate entity. Okay, so entity trigger, global trigger. So it's saying that I can't do it because I haven't implemented the trigger trait correctly. So it says this struct takes 2 generics, which is E and T. Right. And then you're saying you can't do that because E doesn't. Okay, so E is an event. Right. So E is an event. T is a enum trigger E for enum event self trigger call unsafe function is unsafe requires unsafe block. Call to unsafe function is okay. Calls to unsafe function is unsafe and requires unsafe block for more. But why is that a warning and not an error? Unsafe. Thank you. Okay, you don't return anything, right? Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then safety. The caller to this this function must have upheld the safety constraints of trigger. It's not it is not my job to double check that. Okay. Unused doc comment. Wait, is that not? I thought you. Weird. Okay, fine. Comment safety. I thought you documented comment safety, but anyway, the safety is that right. Anyway, so they call trigger. We check to see if the discriminate's wrong. We return. Otherwise, we actually call the trigger. And then what I want to do is make the actual trigger. So fn fire observer. And so we should probably implement debug on this just so that we can, you know, do something. So debug. We're going to come down here and go, hey, fire. And then this is going to be on. Okay, event on enum event. Event.0. No, just can we just match event? I think it's just event. Thank you. It's like it should just deref, and then we say, hey, can we just actually like debug dbg? Is that how you do it? No. Yeah, dbg. Okay, fire observer and then event. It's not implement. Okay, can we dereference you? No, cannot move. Okay, so dot event maybe. Event, yeah, okay. So it returns event, and there's an event, and it returns a reference to the triggered event. So you're saying that the type mismatch resolving as event enum is not equal global. Okay, type mismatch resolving. So event as enum trigger dash a equals global trigger. Expected struct Bevy ECS event global trigger found struct enum trigger event enum trigger global trigger required for Bevy enum event to implement. Okay, so do we have to custom implement event then? Impl event for event. Okay, let's say key file. All right, so not all traits implement. Okay, so you go away. We don't derive you. We say, hey, cut that, save that, do that. Okay, so we have to say type trigger is equal to this horrific mess of a thing, and we go, okay, but that's all an event needs, correct? The type mismatch. Okay, type mismatch resolving key fire as event trigger equals global trigger. Required by the bounds of trigger. Of Bevy prelude event trigger. Capital T trigger. What do you mean? The event trigger must be constructed by the implementation of T trigger type as part of this implementation. This prevents other trigger implementations from directly deferring to your implementation, which is very easy soundness misstep, as most trigger implementations will invoke observers that are dependent on their specific trigger type, which this constraint sometimes without this constraint, something like global trigger could be called from any event type, even ones that expect a different trigger type. This would result in unsound cast of global trigger reference. This is not as an explicit type constraint, as the from event T lifetime can mismatch explicit lifetimes in some impulse. Defines which observer will run with data. Now, what data will be passed to them, and the order they will be run in. See triggers for more information. Do you implement more than just yourself? No. So global trigger. Self.trigger internal. Can I just well, I mean, okay, we're gonna get rid of trigger for now. Because I have no idea if that's what's causing my issue, is that it's saying you can't call a trigger that calls a trigger. So because reading that's like almost explicitly says you cannot do what I'm trying to do right now, because that would be dumb. So we want to say global. So Bevy ECS event event global trigger. So we do that, which is the equivalent of fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway, and then we give it a mutable reference to a so first off, do we not have like, can we just, is global trigger just a thing I can do? Can I just like global trigger? Just bring in the global trigger. Okay, anyway, and then just say I don't know why E default. Like global trigger literally doesn't take any generic types, so type mismatch resolving E as event. Oh, is that what you're saying? I can't call trigger on. Got it. Okay, so I can't call trigger on event because event specifically says it doesn't use a global trigger, and I'm trying to use a global trigger. Okay, so I mean the easy thing for that is we just go down here and say, hey, so safety, the caller ensures that the observer came from the world. The passed in event pointer comes from the event, which is event. Oh, right, which is E event. Weird. Okay, so we have to do that too. E event trigger is constrained to global trigger. Okay, well, fair enough. The caller of trigger ensures that trigger context event key matches event. Sure. We go here. We go, hey, so can I just like copy this? And then we're just gonna paste this here. I'm gonna go, hey, if we do that, then we go back up to the internal trigger and we go, hey, so we have to somehow call event.into, and then event tend to turn into an event pointer. So we say, hey, we like let, oh, we should do it in the unsafe. Let event equals event.into, like that. Whatever, my text on the side. Okay, so we have to like qualify this. We don't really bring that stuff in. So we do this and we say, okay, so safety. The caller to this function must have upheld the safety constraints of the trigger. So okay, that was my comment. I was going like, yeah, okay. So mute event pointer event.into. Safety observer in this is the only active reference to something in world. Okay, unsafe world as unsafe. Okay. Is this called increment trigger ID as unsafe world cell? So what they're saying is I can't do this because, okay, safety observer is the only active reference to this. Okay, so as unsafe world cell, which I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to do. Yeah, okay, and then it's just incrementing. So safety is the caller's responsibility. It's the caller's responsibility to ensure that there are no outstanding references to last trigger ID. Okay, but what the fuck does increment trigger ID do? Self dot assert allow mutable access. Okay, and then self caller ensures there are no outstanding references. So then we say, hey, pointer self dot pointer dot last trigger equals self dot pointer last trigger wrapping add 1. Okay, do we actually use that? So we increment the increment. That's what I don't get, because they're saying that like we're supposed to be allowed to implement our own. Like, you know, generally you don't need to, but like the new trigger tray also enables developers to implement their own specific event trigger logic. But then I'm like, but I can't, because you literally told me I'm not allowed to, in that like you made a type that you are explicitly saying increment trigger ID. I can't do that. This is private. Unsafe what's up? Safety. it is the, so can I do that? We're in an unsafe in an unsafe, which is kind of funny. Can I just say as unsafe world cell, just a deferred world unsafe world cell is private method. So I just cannot do that. What the hell is it used for? Last trigger ID. It's 5 other places it's used. Like, so last trigger ID returns the ID of the last ECS event that was fired. Usage internally to ensure observers won't trigger multiple times for the same event. Safety. We only access the world's metadata. See, I'm concerned because I can't increment it, which makes me think that this is just going to fire over and over and over and over and over. So we're just going to comment this out even further. And we're going to go, okay. So we're going to say, hey, for observer, runner, in observer, global observers. Interesting. Okay. Observers watching for any time this event is triggered, regardless of target. There will be also represent the event triggering specific components or entities. Okay, so these will also represent the respond to okay. So yeah, so if it's global, it triggers regardless if it's targeting or not. Okay, so then we're going to go in here and say observer, and so we say observers comes from the world which matches the event type enforcing by the caller. Okay, so basically the same thing I wrote here where it's like, hey, it's the fucking person who calls his job to make sure that this shit's correct. We're not double checking it. The passed in event pointer is an event enforced by the caller to the above. Okay, to above, to trigger. Okay, trigger is our matching trigger type. Which trigger though? The matching trigger type and is coming from self, which is the trigger of the event enforced by trigger. This is very confusing because okay. Trigger context as event key matches E enforced by the caller of trigger. Oh, don't do that. Right, and you do the same thing. So we say trigger caller. Okay, so observer comes from world and matches the event type enforced by call to trigger. Okay, this abides by the in the trigger safety docs. Okay, this abides by the nuance. Okay, so cannot borrow world as mutable as it is not declared as mutable. I don't think we need any of these lifetimes either, which is kind of fun. Well, maybe we do. Deferred world uses W. I think I can get rid of those because it's like, do we need any of these? No. Okay. So it's all just referring to self. Okay. Unnecessary unsafe block. Okay. Fine. Fuck you. Okay. So we say, hey runner, world.reborrow observer. Okay, so I need to go look what the function is. So we have a deferred word. So it's this, and we say the trigger context, which terrifies me in that it's a caller maybe location. Okay, so the event key, that's fine. Event.reborrow, that's fine. And then self.into, which is the, what is self? Self.into. Self.into. Self is, but what are you converting it into? Okay. So observers, and then we say observer map, and observer map is an ETH with an observer runner, and an observer runner. Okay, so an observer runner, this is the actual logic that runs. So we need the trigger, the pointer to the trigger itself. Interesting. The event, the trigger context, reference. Okay, so deferred. Okay, so type or function that is run when observer is triggered. Typically refers to the default runner that runs the system stored in the associated observer component, but can be overwritten for custom behavior. See observer system runner for safety considerations. Okay, so we have access to the world, and then we've got the observer as the entity, which I'm assuming is it looks up the observer on this entity, the observer component. We then have the trigger context, which is just the event itself, like the event key. Then we have the pointer to the event. Okay. And then we have the trigger and the pointer to the trigger, which what the hell is the default? So what did it say? It said something about default. Typically refers to the default runner that runs when the system is stored in this. Okay, that runs this. Okay, so observer runner. Okay, so how do you work? So you get unsafe world, and then and then you say observer call, which is world get entity debug check unwrap. Debug checked unwrap. I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, this is like a Bevy specific thing. They've made this. Okay, that's cool. Huh. I like that. That's cool. So observer was triggered, so must have an observer. Okay. Yep. State observer cell get observer. Right. So we have our observer, and then we say last triggered. Move this check into the observer cache to avoid dynamic dispatch. Okay. So we say last trigger equals world.last trigger ID. If state last trigger equals last trigger, return. State last trigger equals last trigger. Fair enough. So that's making sure that it doesn't fire twice. Okay. Caller ensures trigger pointer is cached to mutable enum trigger. Okay. The soundness story here is complicated. This casts to reference to mutable e trigger, which notably casts the arbitrary lifetime of the passed in trigger pointer, which is which are W and T on that. Okay, and the same lifetime A as the same lifetime A, which is local to this function call. Okay, this because on this becomes on AA in practice. Okay, this is why on WT has the strict constraint that the W lifetime can never be exposed. Okay, to do so would make it possible to introduce use after free bugs. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Let on EB. Okay. Yeah, entity bundle. Okay. On new safety. Caller ensures pointer to middle reference. So entity pointer derect. So this is saying that, like, so we pass in. So when we say on new, so we have the reference to the event, the observer's entity, the trigger that fired, and the trigger context. And I forgot what's inside trigger. What the hell's in? Okay, an event key. Yeah. Okay. Safety. So we make it on. Then we say safety. Observer was triggered so much, so we must have an observer component. Observer cannot be dropped or mutated until after the system pointer is already dropped. Okay. So system, and then dime observer system unsafe. System equals any state system state. So this is the actual observer itself, and then system dot as mute. Okay, so we get the system out, and then we say let system, and then we dart-encast the system into S, whatever the fuck S is. Where do we pull S from? Magic. Okay, so S is just pulled out of our ass. Okay, so then debug, and then we say hey mute system. Safety. There are no outstanding references to the world except a private component. Okay. System is an observer system, so won't mutate world beyond the access of the deferred world. System is an observer system, so won't mutate world beyond access of a deferred world and is never exclusive. Okay, system is the same type array system as from above. Right. So my question is on has access to the trigger. Right. All right. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to go grab a drink quickly, but I think I understand what's going on enough to be able to continue with this. So I will be right back. Okay, so if anyone like wasn't following along, what I was trying to check there was why are we passing in self when self is the trigger, like the mechanism we used to trigger it. Why do we need to pass it in? And it's because like for some reason inside of here, the on here, so event dot apparently we can access the trigger, returns the trigger context for this event. So like this is the actual mechanism in charge of triggering this, and so we can access that from inside the observer itself. So that's why we pass it in, and I was confused about that because I didn't know that you could do that, and it seems a bit weird because like once I've fired an observer, I don't know why I would need to access the reason that that observer was fired. Seems a little strange. Anyway, what I need to work out as well is how the hell we actually so we're going to add observer. I'm assuming we need some kind of method fire observer to tell the observer how it works, because what constructs you? That's the question. So like strangely it's not throwing errors, which I don't get. Like let's try and run it, and I was like, surely this is not going to work because you don't know what this value should be, and this doesn't have, well, this has default, but this doesn't have default. So how the hell are you constructing the triggerer? Like how are you constructing my trigger when you don't know what my trigger is and therefore how to construct it? I'm assuming it's just going to panic or crash, or maybe it's got some kind of way of doing it. It doesn't make sense. Is it just constructing empty memory? That would be really weird of Bevy to do that, but not commands, add, it's trigger. Now, see, at the moment, whenever it triggers, it's just going to print out the event itself. So if this just always returns true, that's fine, because it's just gonna that'll just fire the same. Like if it prints all of them out, then it's not working, because the idea is that I should be able to specify one. But I say again, I don't understand when it's constructed to be able to be like, hey, like it shouldn't be here. Like this is not making any sense. Okay, well it apparently threw 8 errors, so that's a good sign, I guess. Well, not quite. So it's EW, so it's apparently just that the AI can't fucking do anything. So that's fun. So can't do this because trigger, so event impl event where trigger is default. Here's the issue with that. The trigger with. Trigger the given event using the given trigger, which will run any observer watching for it. That's what I don't like. If you have to say trigger with and I have to then specify trigger e trigger, that defeats the whole point. Because what that's doing is saying, trigger this event using this thing to decide how to trigger it. And it's like, but I want to decide how to trigger it based on... I want this when I declare this somehow. See, because you just... So what that answers my question is, it just calls default. It calls default and then gives it this. Which for a global trigger, I don't care. So what's the other one? We need a entity trigger. So entity trigger. How the hell does entity trigger work? Because so entity. So I'm assuming, yeah, again, entity trigger is just empty. See, it's not making any sense to me. So trigger where event. Okay. So import entity event plus 4. is this actual Rust context? What the fuck does this mean? If for is used when implementing a trait, as in infiltrate for. Yeah. Wait. Or is also used in higher ranking trait bounds, as in for a ampersand at partial. What? I don't know what that means. And it is this new? No, well, it can't be, right? Maybe. If we go to fucking here, and not Clippy, missed it. Cargo. What revision? Edition 2014. So 2024. So it could be new, but I've never seen for syntax here. So I'm just gonna copy that. I'm just gonna go like to my notepad here. I'm just gonna put that bottom here and be like investigate. Investigate for in the trait bound. I have never seen for in an implementation block like that, and I am super curious what the hell that actually means. Like, because I've had issues with trying to derive shit before, where I'm like implement like where t and or import t where t something, you know, and I'm like, if the for lets me do some kind of weird logic that lets that shit work better, that would be amazing. So trigger, I mean, he's like say like, hey, trigger with a propagate. So entity trigger. No, it's propagating, maybe. But see, here's my issue is that I'm pretty sure propagating entity trigger is going to work the same. Oh no, it does. It has a state. So this is the auto propagate. Original event target. The original entity and event was first triggered from, and then propagate, and then phantom data, which is E and T. Okay. Entity event, right, which is E. Where E is in the, okay, and then traversal. So this actually has state, but the default is that it uses the entity placeholder, which I guess is fine. Propagate entity trigger. Propagate, whatever. So that's how it can do it with default. Here, My concern here is that, like, again, because it has to implement default, we have no way of being like, hey, when I add this observer, like, flag this observer somehow to know its type. Entity and then placeholder. So your placeholder, but like when we trigger you, event trigger, current entity, self original event trigger is current entity, and then unsafe trigger event internal entity, trigger entity internal, and then loop if self dot not propagate return. Okay, if let okay world item component traverse to t dot traversal traverse. Okay, current entity equals traverse to break else break. Okay, weird. I don't know why it returns here but breaks here. Like, weird. All right, anyway, event.entity target mute. Okay, current entity, and then we trigger the observer again. So basically it instantiates it with nothing. When it starts up, it works out what it was. So not quite what I want. Because obviously default doesn't have access to that. And then obviously when we pass in, theoretically, obviously you can't have your fire key here, but I guess you could. So you don't want to trigger with an observer like that, because that would defeat the point, I think. Maybe. This is slightly complicated simply by the fact of how do you tell when you add an observer? How do you say to it that you only want it to fire on a specific event? So my thinking there is that somehow you need to discriminate here that this has a default implementation, which weirdly, like with the irony of it, I'm pretty sure you could fire a observer with a default that then fires an observer with a different, like you could like chain two observers together to do this maybe. So first off, these are all saying we can't do that because we don't have default. It doesn't implement defaults. We need to come up with some kind of way of implementing default for it. So the obvious way to implement default for it on, and so here fire. So my primary thought here is when we trigger this event, because that's all I wanted to be able to do. I just want to say trigger this. And so from there, we need to derive some kind of default, work out some kind of thing. So it's actually technically here. How do we tell this? So we're going to be like maybe fn enum observer, which then returns impl fn something something something, right? What the hell does add observer require that it's, you need to be something that implements this. Okay, I don't know what m is in this particular situation, but okay. So you need to return EBM, and EBM needs to be something like EBM. I don't think that's what M means, but we're just going to go EBM. Right, so you need to return a type that's EBM. You need to return so right, that's what you said. So you're saying that E needs to be E, B needs to be bundle. Okay, so then you need to return a type that is EBM. Okay, I write this like this, and then to do like so. Nope, no, we want to import that. Okay, so EBM can't, okay. That's hilarious because this is the never trait. It's complaining that the never trait isn't valid, which is somewhat ironic in that the please don't compile beyond this point causes it to fail because it's not compiling beyond that point. Okay, maybe if I put a semicolon. Nope, it doesn't like it. Okay, that's interesting. So you don't like that, you don't like that. So we need to do something like enum observer, which is then fire observer, and fire EW. Right, it's gonna be something like that. And this is going to be that it'll only call fire observer. Let's put it like this actually. So on W, and then we want to say fire observer. Like that. I want to say, and we want to stack the rest of them because stacking the rest of them would defeat the whole fucking point. This function takes 0 arguments, but 2 arguments were supplied. Yes, because we need to say on, which is E, and F func, and that is something that I guess implements observer, right? Then this all should work now, like you don't complain anymore. Okay, so okay, So that works. So we just need to make this somehow implement some kind of trait that does some kind of thing. So when I say discriminant, see, so I can't, these cannot be defined beyond point. And then we add you, and we do you, okay, so the, so how does this work? We fish the function out somewhere. Maybe what we do is we just remove that bit. We go, hey, we trigger you. So we get the event and we go through all the observers and we trigger all the observers, which annoyingly is like a little bit too complicated in that sense. But then we say, hey, but when we trigger the observer, the way that you work is you're just going to say move. And then we say like if, okay, no, it's let let discriminant equal std mem discriminant on. Right, so you can just be a reference to e, I don't know. Right, and then we say move if discriminant event. I don't know where you're pulling event from. I don't know what this m is either. Out m is out at 0. So I'm assuming m is m in into observer system, where observer system is eb and out, and then into system. But what is m? Implementation system user note. This trait should only be used as a bound for trait implementations or as an argument to a function. It is if an observer system needs to return for a function or stored somewhere. Use observer system instead of this trait. Okay. Note for function observer systems, ensure the first argument is t and any system. Okay, so it's first off, I don't understand where m is coming from or what the hell m is. So I'm assuming that you then return system m, and so self system. This is a trait, and then we say system, and then we observer system, and e, b, and out. But where the fuck is m? And what the hell is m? So then we say, hey, into observer system. So this is the actual implementation of it, into observer system, and then into system, and then we say into system marker, and then into system marker. Right. So question. If I said that'll work this out. So let t equal func implement. So I don't know. So is function system. So m must be like metadata then. Is function system. Right. See, because the issue is that we need to somehow be like wait. No, see, because it wouldn't be e, it would be argument 1. It'd be like dot event. Like, well, it's be argument 0, wouldn't it? See that, like, that's the issue, is that it just doesn't know what this is now. So you need to have been given something that implements into observer system, and you go ahead and add observer. And do you have any more restrictions? No. Okay. Then we spawn observer, then we say new in system. And so do you have any restrictions? So you say EBMI, and then so I is into observer system, which, okay, fair enough. So spawn observer new. Then we go, hey, observer new. Any chance that you actually use M for anything? No. Okay. So into system. Again, M is just like unbounded. So box new. Any named system. So that's a is executable. Okay, so name. Self system descriptor default on ad hook. None. Error observer system runner. Dispatch despawned watched entities. Last triggered ID. Okay. Turns this value into its corresponding system. I don't know where M comes from, and I don't know where M goes. Just well, when we call into system, we just self system, and then you implement it, and you just say so into system, and then marker, and then marker. I mean, what the fuck do you do with marker? If I can, okay. Into system T in out and marker, and then marker is this. Oh wait, I saw in you. So you into system in out marker. In is self equals S system. So this is implementing into the system is self dot system. In equals in and out equals out. Into system. So into system. So we say there's a self equals S. Okay. In equals out on static dot out equals out system. Okay, we're observer system. Where self is system in equals on EB. Entity. In equals on entity bundle. Out equals out. Alright, this shit just doesn't make any sense, but okay. I don't follow along on what the fuck's going on. So how am I going to store metadata? That's the problem. So this is just a system, and then when we call add observer, we just call add observer, and then we add observer, and then we spawn an observer with the system. We can't do anything to do with that. The only thing we can really do is work out how we would like if we return, say, an observer system, right? And then it's like EBM, EBM, right? So we can return an observer system. Wait, is an observer system a trait? Oh. Okay. Wait, the fuck does into observer system return then? Self system. Type system. Observer system. I'm so confused. So this is a trait. but they're calling it a type. And it's working. Oh, no, you're saying that the type has to implement this, but then that we don't actually know what the fucking type is. Okay. So, okay, import into other systems. Okay. So what I need to do is go up like here again and be like back to my test. So this is getting really sidetracked. Let t equal on f on key file, and then do nothing. Dot into no. Okay, so if we said something like into observer system, into system, function system has system inputs. Can we get the full type, please? Like, how do I do that? Double click here. How do I get it to put the whole fucking type name in there? Pub struct function system marker out f. F state option system meta. That seems hard. Alright, so probably not going to do that way. How do I do this then? So add observer enum observer. So I can't modify the event because the event has to be that trigger. So there's no way to make this trigger like where I can specify some kind of self about it. We can access the observer, which interestingly actually means we can access like components on the observer as well, because we have access to the world. So we could actually pull information from that, but there's no way to know when a specific observer is added, I don't think. Like there's no like observer, add observer with, no. So this is getting hard. I thought it was going to be really simple of just keeping the discriminant and then using the discriminant to determine whether to trigger the event or not, like whether to fire the observer with that event or not. But because we have to implement default, or we have to specify whether we want it to fire or not, like that doesn't make sense. We have access to runner. Do we have access to? Because I think it's saying observer is a private type, right? Like it's I'm sure it said something about like this is okay because we're getting access to a private type, so there's no way you can overwrite. So we get global observers. No, it's when we add observers. So we're going to say add observer. So we add observer and then we spawn an observer. So observer, is this private? No, public struct observer. But all the stuff internal is private. So it's entirely possible that like when you add an observer, that the observer is in fact a fine observer. Because what I'm wondering is what access I have access to, because with dynamic runner, with a custom runner, this is most likely used for dynamic event observers. So there is that as an option. That's a possibility, is that the enum observer, right? But that's the issue, is when we add observer, the observer gets the new, but we could, in theory, make our own observer with a dynamic runner. but that seems like we're going to the next level of like we need to be doing what we're doing. But that's a possibility, is that we can make our own dynamic runner, and then because of the dynamic runner, we have access to the event, and therefore can pull a check and fail early. So with entity, it's watch entity, watch entities, watch entity, watch entities. Descriptor entity. Okay, so with component, with event key, observe the given event key. This will cause the observer to run whenever the event with the given event key is triggered. Safety: the type of the event key event must match the actual value of the event passed into the observer system. Sets the error handle. Okay, descriptor and system name. Okay, so one option is we make it so that you can't add the observer by itself, which is fine, I guess. See, because with a dynamic runner, we could like literally just do that. So I'm curious if we just had a little squiz at the if we said like the backspace that we went like let o equal world world dot entity dereference observer. Okay, so we've got the entity ref dot get Bevy, I'm showing it to ECS event observer. No, so it must be ECS observer. Right, so that gives us access to an option. Okay, so we're going to expect all observers have observer component. Okay, have an observer component. Right, so we say like o dot, so with descriptor name, system name, watch entities watch. Okay, so we can get the descriptor. I don't think we can do anything with that, but you know, with components, entity and components, entity event key. So it did say something about like the world we can get an event key. So like world event key. Okay, yes, an event key takes in a type, which means that we can't have a discriminant based event key like I want to do. So that's fine. So we can't really do anything with the observer itself, but well, I can in that like o dot runner. Can I access the runner? How did it get access to it? So it reborrows observer. So yeah, runner. Where are we getting the runner? So we have access to the runner. Unsafe. So we have a pointer here. A pointer here. So again, we somehow need to know, which is where the issue comes in. I think that's where the issue is. We're working with completely default information. So unless the information is stored onto here, which we have access when we say global observer, and we go observer. So this is entity hash map to an observer runner. Mapping between an observer entity and its okay. So observers watch. This just stores the runner. So when you add the observer, I'm assuming that like an observer grabs the runner. So when we go back up to where is it? This observer. And we say, hey, observer with dynamic. I'm assuming that you are identical to new. So new does system, so it boxes the system, it asserts, and then it passes this, but with a observer system runner. Whereas this one takes in an observer system runner and it says self box. What? That's concerning. So you box into system. But now your system is, I don't know about that one. I don't know how I feel about that one. So when we say new, we pass in a system, but then when we say with dynamic runner, we say, and the descriptor is new. So the descriptor is the same descriptor is named the on add hook world hook context. Default error handler is the default error handler. Okay. World.commands q world let entity hook context or entity. If set some observer world mute observer entity. If observer descriptor event key is empty, return. If observer.error handle is none, observer error handle some default error handler. Okay. World.register observer entity. Okay. So that's just the same as the like on add. I'm pretty sure all this does too. Hook on add. Observer descriptor entity key push and event key. Observer descriptor component extend components. Okay. System any observer system as mute. System downcast system S. Well, reference is exclusive and initialize does not touch system. So reference to. System.initialize world. So this doesn't initialize. Oh, I quickly kick back up. So here, and then we say error handler run under screen. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Why the hell can't I give it a system and a custom runner? I guess the idea is that when you give it a custom runner, because we get this runner, and so I'm assuming the default runner, when we track down the default runner, the default the observer system runner, you extract the system that you run out of the observer. Whereas if we were doing a custom runner, we don't know where that information is going to come from. So bizarre. Trigger observers. So I mean, I guess the thing to do in terms of that observer, we would need to no. I'm just trying to get this working and then like be like, is this actually something that you can then do? Enum observer event sized enum observer, which would then take in mute self and would return mute self and takes in a on e, I'm gonna say discriminant e. So that's std mem discriminant e, right? Right, something like that. Well, we don't need this. Thank you. No. And a function that does that. All right, and then we're gonna go import enum observer for app. No need to fucking don't add observer. So we're gonna say e where e is event. E something like that, I think. Well, actually, no. It would just be p event. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. What? No, just enum observer. Let me say e, and then discriminant e. Doesn't like that, but okay. So we do this. We do this. We say hey e, where e is event, and b is b, and m. And then we say hey So the answer is no. Don't do that because that would not do what I want to do. And then we're gonna say we just return self like that. So for now, it does nothing. And then we want to go into, when we say add observer, we want to go, so add observer just calls add observer, which then I almost 9% sure, if I remember correctly, just calls observer new. Okay, so spawn observer new. So then we just say this, except spawn, and then it's observer new this, and then we say the system is func. Right, so that does that, except we can now wrap you like this, and then and go, we're going to put something here and it's going to go. Okay. So this is an enum trigger, which means that we can probably just say, hey, like, you're just an enum trigger. I think you have to be like enum trigger e. Oh, okay. So we need to keep track of that, but I think we can make this a phantom data. And data. Okay. std marker phantom data e. Okay. So this, just that. Then we can say like derive default. Right, because this then we can use this e to be able to pull the required component out. So then we can say something like component struct. Oh, no, struct enum observer. E, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that might be wrong, but anyway. Well, discriminant needs to know E because, you know. Wait, what? Enum just. Okay, so we'll call this. The trait can be called add enum observer, and then your enum observer. Okay, and you're a component, which means that when we add you, we can say enum observer discriminant on. Okay, so that should work fine. And then we come down here and we go, hey, so we need to know, because we already know the event here. So before we do the event there, we need to know the entity here. So before we get to there, okay, so we're going to say, I guess, let discriminant equals mem discriminant event. Okay, so get the discriminant and then get the event, and then when you get to here, now we have access to the actual observer. So we can be like let filter equals world dot get. Yeah, get, and then we want to get the enum observer entity, and then the entity is the reference observer, like so. And then be like expect. Oh no, we can't expect, can we? Okay. So we need to say like let some I don't know how long I've been sidetracked on this instead of porting shit, but you know. And let's this equals else that, and then else continue, but we need to error enum observer trigger events should and need, okay, wait, no, enum observer triggered events need to be registered, need to be added using app.add enum observer, not app.add observer. Okay, so the idea of that is that if you, can we maybe format this a little bit nicer in that, like func instead of func. No. Discriminant. Okay. So filter. So we have the observer, and then we say and then we like if filter dot discriminant does not equal discriminant continue. Okay, so we don't care about that because that's just saying like if we're skipping it, we skipped it. And then we do this. Oh, don't do that. We just run it normally then. It's just a normal observer after that point. So I had to insert my own metadata, but that's fine. Okay, so that means when we come up here, these are still very angry at me. So what it's saying is we need to say that this trigger, enum trigger, but it does default. Why are you bitching about it? Drive macro generate implement for, you know, for the trait. Why are you saying that he can't do that? Okay. Anyway, we're gonna say add enum. Did I not call it add? I probably didn't. No. Let's go add. Something unused impl. Okay, it's very confused. Add enum observer, and so we need to say discriminant is key W and the observer is fire, and then I mean it should just work now. Can I cargo run? Okay, so cargo run. Yeah, it doesn't like that. So for previous submitted errors and didn't want it. So you're saying that I can't trigger this because the trait assist is not in. Wait, why do you need default? Wait, what? That's more confusing, to be honest. I think that, okay. The trait default is implemented for enum trigger E. The trait default is not implemented for key fire, but it is implemented for trigger. What? Okay, so we need to import event trigger where trigger import default. What do you mean? Triggers the given event with which will run observer watching for it. The trait bound fire std default is not satisfied. Required by this bound. Was that intentional? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so trigger A, where event where the trigger of event implements default. So, in the same thing, where E, the event trigger of E implements default. So why does E need to implement default? Why? Okay, so no, very, yep, it's very confused by the fact that I've renamed stuff. So you're saying that this doesn't work. You're saying this isn't. So if I gave you default, I need to derive default, which is going to be, I'm going to say S because I'm curious to see if it's going to not work, because for some reason, if you need default, why would you need to be default? If the trigger needs to be default, like I can understand the trigger needs to be able to be supported. So the trait bound enum trigger to default is not satisfied. Well, but it is. It implements default. I assume maybe it doesn't because this doesn't implement default. No. Okay, so it's just very confused. If I press the key W, nothing happens. Apparently nothing happens. Okay. Just ever. That's interesting. Now, the question, I guess, becomes, why is nothing happening? My suspicion is for some reason it's initiating with the 0. Not match. Discriminate. Okay, let's run that and go. I assume it seems very confused. Oh, something. Okay. So if I press A and press S, so D doesn't work. Why does D not work? Oh, because it's fucking. What? Okay, I'm cooked apparently. I just put Q as a thing. All right. It's D. Okay. Weird. Okay. So let's restart that with like no not being broken. Interestingly, it doesn't seem to be getting stuck on either of these. So we're just gonna have a info firing observer for discriminate. So W doesn't work. Maybe it's because after. So got 1 expected 0. Got 3 expected. Got okay. But W doesn't do anything. Maybe it's because it was already compiling when I made the change, and so the info is just not showing up. But it feels a little odd that it's not actually, like it's getting to here. So it's failing there, but it's getting past it and it's just not doing anything. Okay, no, so it's firing it. It's just apparently either not running the system. Can we just print line this then? Because like, you know, it's obviously working. It's getting to here. It's just not doing anything. Okay, where is it getting stuck then? I'm assuming somewhere in here where runner. My guess, best bet, is that you are doing this, and I can't increment that number because it's private. So we have to go, what was it, global trigger. When trigger internal. The first thing you do is increment trigger ID. So can we say, excuse me, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is it private? Okay. it's not so much that it's private that's a problem. It's that like the fact that they've made it public to the crate makes me think you're supposed to do something else. Because otherwise, how can you write your own trigger if like the default trigger literally won't fire because you so when we call trigger, we say, hey, get the event, get the current event, and then we run trigger entity internal. And then so I'm assuming trigger entity internal is the same. You know, we increment this. So I'm not allowed to touch that value because it's behind a thing. So when we say trigger, and we say trigger internal, and we go down to here and we go, okay. So as unsafe world cell, yeah, that just lets me get it mutably. I don't know. Unsafe world cell. Increment trigger. So safety, yeah. There is no other way to get here, right? Self.pointer. So yeah, this is private as well. So this is access to the world. So we say, hey, okay. There's 4 places that you can access this value. Last trigger ID, last trigger ID, last trigger ID, and last trigger ID. So they're the only 4 places in the entire thing. And okay. So if I go to Bevy and maybe like on the Git and have a look to see if GitHub search Bevy engine, we want to go 17 paste and search. Oh, maybe you have to search the repo. Search, and then I want to 4 files. So 4 files that have it, so it's literally not that hard to track down. Is that, oh look, unsafe world cell returns the ID of the last. Okay, returns the ID of the last ECS event that was fired using used internally to ensure observers don't. But this one's just public. And then this is last and last, and then so there's this one, and this is the unsafe world cell. So unsafe world cell as opposed to world. So in world it's private, but you will at least let me read it. Not last change tick. Increment change tick. And what was it? Okay, last trigger ID. Increment change tick. That's it. It's well, apparently it's referenced 5 times. So the increment is private. So the question, I guess, now is the increment trigger ID. Is there fucking any way of me calling that? So unsafe world cell, we can read it, but we fucking can't touch it. Okay, so there's a few places where it happens in here, but two. So this is global trigger, and I'm assuming entity trigger. Right. So by that logic, it's literally impossible for me to implement my own trigger. So do I report that as a bug? Is that something that we can get fixed in 17.2? So increment internal trigger ID. Can I do that, please? And then I want to go, hey, like if you get to here, can we world dot as unsafe world cell dot increment trigger ID. So that is private. You say that, but okay. Is it going to recompile it? I don't think so. Okay, so I need to go. What crate are you coming from? Bevy ECS. Okay, so cargo dash clean Bevy underscore ECS. No. Help. So there is clean, right? Let's just maybe it's you just call clean. Okay, so clean dash help. All right, so options doc package. Okay, package P. Right, so dash P Bevy underscore ECS. Okay. Then when we run this, Bevy ECS hasn't been compiled, which means it'll recompile it, which means it'll decide that it's now public. Okay. Okay. Is it supposed to be something better, like a better way of doing this? Like, that's what I'm curious about, is that trigger determines how an event is triggered when world trigger is called. This describes what observers will run, what data gets passed to them, and the order they will be executed in. Implementing trigger is advanced level territory and is not generally unnecessary as you are developing a highly specialized event trigger logic. Okay, Bevy comes with a number of built-in triggers. Why can't I borrow as mutable? World cannot be borrowed as mutable. Okay, right. So we need to say drop. Oh, drop delta. Can we try that? So what was I just reading? Weird. Okay. No. So yeah, we have the built-in things. So so global trigger reference. Okay. Yeah, but I'm not borrowing it for fucking reference, am I? Fine. Let world equal world dot as ref as unsafe world cell. It's apparently not the way to do it, because that says literally read only. So that's not a real function, is it? It is a real function. I'm very confused about why the IntelliSense can't find that, but it is actually a thing. World.get, no method get. World.get entity. Okay. Get entity. I don't think we can give it a type now. Yep. So we have to get entity, and then we have to get rid of this type. It's very confusing. Mostly because, like,
in my head, it made perfect sense. But then it doesn't make sense why Bevy said, hey, like you can implement your own, and then it is explicitly locked down the only way to implement your own. That's what's throwing me. Some I don't know. Equals C dot filter dot. Okay, apparently that doesn't work. Right. Depressing. Okay, so we get access to you, and we have an unsafe entity cell, and then we say let some filter equals filter dot get call to unsafe function. Okay, I'm fucking unsafe. I like how unsafe world cell isn't this isn't an unsafe function, but this is an unsafe function. Okay, fucking anyway. I guess because requesting access to the entity isn't unsafe, so you can check to see if it exists without going into it. Okay, and then we say, hey, like filter. Now it's all in a fucking same context, and then we don't have to drop it, I guess. We're like, hey, get here. Well, I think I need it. I don't know. So we can just say fucking world. And then no method named reborrow. I don't think what does reborrow do? What? Okay. Let w equals world dot reborrow. The fuck does that deferred world? Okay. So as unsafe world cell. So I think I can now be all like drop world. No, okay. So if I instead said, hey, wrap this whole thing in unsafe because I don't care anymore about making it good. I just, fuck. Fine. If you get to here, increment the fucking thing, then you get to here and do a different unsafe. I'm gonna just put a comment here and say, state a safety. I don't give at this point. I just want to know if this can work. Okay. Can't borrow world data in deferred of. As mutable trait. Unsafe world cell. But I'm not. So I can reborrow, but I can't then. I don't get it. Cannot borrow data in dereference of as mutable. The trait deref mute is required to modify through a dereference, but it is not implemented for. But I can reborrow, which has the same signature, so I don't understand why reborrowing. The fuck does reborrow do? Just literally turns it into itself. So question, can I like let world reborrow no, and then feel like, well, it's got no. Interesting. So it doesn't like it going out of scope, maybe. So again, we can probably pop well, I mean, at least you out of the unsafe, and then the if discriminant can go like here, and then the incrementing can go here, and then be world new, and then right. So apparently you need to be inside because simply we need access to the data, and I don't care. Unnecessary unsafe block. Isn't this unsafe? Apparently not. Cannot borrow dot. It must be this. Okay. Is it this? Fucking name a whack-a-mole? No. Which means it has to be this. This is like... So it does not like me calling unsafe world cell. So you don't mind that, but you don't want to borrow. No, you're okay with that. You're okay with that. Is it because it's throwing an error somewhere else? Like, is it actually not okay with it? It's just that because we're throwing a better... Well, yeah, it's literally because we're throwing a worse error. Okay. So, cannot borrow. But why? What do you mean? So, if I comment this out, it says there's no more fucking errors to throw. Cannot borrow. Is it this reborrow? Can I drop new world new? No. So if I get rid of this bit here, I don't know what it's trying to say. Cannot borrow data in dereference of. As mutable trait, deref mute is required to modify through dereference, but cannot be implemented as dot increment trigger ID. So cannot borrow. I don't get that one because you literally call reborrow. Maybe it's because you're not a reference. No, you're a deferred world. And then you're a deferred world. So when we call trigger, maybe it's to do with the fact that we have to trigger, you know, inline never. We probably want the boring trigger, please. Trigger internal. So we're just gonna copy this. We can come down here. Wait, no, that doesn't go on you. We're going to go up to, I think, where we implement something. Okay. Impl. E. E. Okay. We're gonna paste this in. This is trigger internal, and then we're gonna like qualify. Right. So that apparently cannot. Nope, 2024. That was, I was thinking maybe I've got a wrong version. So here's what really throws me. What like absolutely like completely throws me here is self.trigger internal unsafe event. Okay, so wait, mismatch type. Because apparently, no, it's event dot into. So no, so you don't like that, but that's not how you worked. It was like reborrow. Okay, and then you need to be mutable because I'm reborrowing. Okay, so you work, but you don't, which confuses me to no end because that's what you do. Impl E for event trigger equals self. Okay. So we're gonna go like, uncomment that out. I'm gonna say mute, qualify. All right. So you do this. Self.trigger internal, but it's not global transform. It's in trigger E. Okay. World's not immutable. Okay, so apparently world doesn't need to be immutable because we just pass in a middle world. Like that. Right, so that's identical to what they have. Then we pass it to here. And we go, hey, so your trigger internal. This is so it's just import trigger internal. We just go, hey, so like copy and you know, like paste. What? Maybe I'm calling the... Wait, you take self. But yeah, that should be fine. Let W equal... Like, is that fine? No. So I can't even borrow you. Can I borrow data into reference? What have I broken? Unless it's a different... This is world... The ECS world, the third world. ECS world, the third world. Well, apparently deferred world. Not world deferred. And I don't have access to deferred world. Okay. And I assume that's the same deferred world. ECS world, deferred world, yeah. And then cached objects, again, it's they didn't ask me, so it's like case observers and observer storage case observers. Yes, it's same there. And then to the context. Where doesn't that... Why the fuck can't I... do it here? But it can be done there. That's... Maybe if I hover over the error, does it have like a... I just do not understand how come... Wait, as unsafe... How can I call that function if it's private? Question. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck is this? This isn't the same thing? You're... I think I found it. Okay, sorry. The third world. Unsafe world. Now, the confusing thing here is that if we search for as unsafe world zone, it shows up like 5 times, mostly being used. Then here, strange. So we have to go here and be all like, first off, how the fuck, where the fuck is this? Why? Oh, this is because we're inside world. That, okay. to go to third world, and we have to be like, hey, so this is also ECS, yeah. Here. So as unsafe world cell, can we make this, like, I just want to see if this fucking works, but the answer is no, you cannot make your own triggers. They are literally locked away harder than you'd imagine. Yeah, so I need to go clean Bevy ECS and then recompile Bevy ECS. So it's obviously not going to work because there's an issue here, but we should then, as unsafe world cell, should now call the deferred world version, which is allowed because I'm no longer dereferencing the deferred world into a world. So I had access to this function despite it being a private function because it was dereferencing into world and then telling me I wasn't allowed to dereference into world because I didn't have mutable dereferencing rights. Instead of telling me I was trying to access a function that's actually in fact private. Which is fun. So this and then this happens, and I'm pretty sure you like actually check allowed access, you know, allow assert allow mutable access. Or debug assert self allow mutable access. Okay. This annotation is needed because the allow mutable access field does not exist otherwise. It's kind of weird since debug asserts would never be called, but CI complained. Okay. So W A. Okay, so we're firing all of them now. Right. Now they all fire, but that's because we stripped out the logic. Right. Right. So the answer is fuck you. So now we need to go back to let discriminant equal event discriminant. Then we need to say let no, it's let okay filter equals world dot get enum trigger e, and the entity is wait, it's not the enum trigger, is it? It's the enum observer, which we also again can't grab until, so we can't do that until we're in here. Okay. Well, also the only reason all this shit's in here is because I was trying to work out if it was broken, but like, no, we can do it here. Cool. So then, and this whole like internal thing can go because we don't actually care. Well, I don't care. So I don't remember what I had. There was something here. World observer event. Okay. So we need to get a string. Oh, like let ptr equals event dot into. I think that's how that works, and then we'll do that later, and then we say, hey, so we increment the observer pointer, and then we iterate through each of these. So event.reborrow. Wait, what? Runner. What the hell is the runner fucking type? There needs to be a pointer mute. And then we're going to qualify Bevy pointer mute. Okay. No method rename. Oh, because it's not, it's PTR now. Reborrow. Cannot borrow as mutable. Okay, yeah, fuck you. Pointer reborrow. Okay, and then world.reborrow is a cannot borrow world mutably. Cannot mutate immutable value. So mute. Right. So let's fix that and fix that. So we need the discriminant here. For no other reason than because we turn the event into a pointer there, I think. Yeah, so we know the event before we turn it into a pointer because we can't get it back. Okay. Then we go here. So we go to here and we say let okay filter equals world dot get no, get enum observer for the reference observer, else continue, but we need to error observer enum observer need to be added with added enum observer, not add observer, or they will be missing the required component. Okay. So something cannot be dereferenced. That's because I tried to dereference it twice, but that's fine. Is it just some then? Some. Okay. Right. So now we have this. And then we can say if filter.discriminant does not equal discriminant, continue. And then we go to here. And we go, hey, like, does this work now? It only required making 2 pieces of private API public so that I could actually fucking make it work. Ta-da! Now, I want to know if there's some other witchcraft and wizardry that I can do of being like, std mem discriminant. So you have to pass in a reference to the discriminant, but surely, we go to this section. We go, this is undefined behavior. Do not do this. Okay. Returns a value uniquely identifying the enum variant in V. Okay. If T is not an enum, calling this function will not result in undefined behavior, but the return value is unspecified. How is that not undefined? Calling this on something other than an enum isn't undefined, is unspecified. Stability. Discriminant of an enum variant may change if the enum definition changes. A discriminant of some variant will not change between compilations with the same compiler, some reference to information. The value of discriminant T is independent of any free lifetime in T. Okay. As such, reading or writing a discriminant foo A as a discriminant foo B, whether via transmute or otherwise, is always sound. Okay, yep, cool. So it's saying lifetime has no impact. Note that this is not true for other kinds of generic parameters, and for higher ranked lifetimes. What is a higher ranked lifetime? Okay, discriminant foo A and discriminant foo B, as well as discriminant foo bar dine from A, trait A, for A. Okay, and discriminant bar dine may be incompatible. I don't get that one, but sure. Example. This can be used to compare enums that carry data while discarding the actual data. Yes. Accessing the numeric value of the discriminant. Note that this is undefined to transmute from. Note that it is undefined behavior to transmute from discriminant to a primitive. If an enum has only one unit variance, the numeric value of the discriminant can be accessed with the as cast. Okay. If an enum has opted into having primitive representations for its discriminants, then it's possible to use a pointer pointers to read the memory location storing the discriminant. This cannot be done for enums using the default representation. However, as it's undefined what layout the discriminant has and where it's stored, it may not even be stored at all. because self is marked as rep R, its layout is the rep C union between rep R structs. Okay, each of which has the U8 discriminant as its first field, so can be read. You can read the discriminant without. Okay. Unit like This is undefined behavior. Don't do this. Fair enough. Okay. If I can like get emojis in there, if I can comment. Variant count. It has a number of variants of T cast to a U size. If T has no variants, return 0. Uninhabit. What the fuck does an uninhabited variant? This can only be called at compile time as back ends do not have an independent. The only caller its stable counterpart wraps this called in a const block so that the back ends only see there are evaluated constant. The to be stabilized version of this intrinsic is create mem variant count. Okay. I'm getting even more sidetracked. I want to know if there's a way to not construct the data. I don't think so, because that's the whole point of being like, hey, discriminant, which annoyingly means that if you have like a really complicated event type, you in fact would need to specify at least like an empty value of the event. So fun. I also like it's still throwing fucking errors. More confusingly, like maybe because now like I know it compiles. Can I get rid of this? Like, it makes no sense to me whatsoever that it won't compile unless the trait default is not implemented for the. But why? Okay, wait a second. Maybe it does something with it. Maybe I went all about this wrong. Is that when I call trigger, we say command, and then trigger, and then caller, and then maybe location caller. Okay, we don't care about that. And then say trigger ref. So what would it do? So we say mutable reference to e trigger as default. So no. This actually makes 0 sense though, because why the fuck would it need column maybe location? Yeah. Right, so I'm just gonna get my notepad out and like make 2 notes, because there's two like issues I want to open on the Bevy thing, because it's like why. So we're gonna be like, observers can't have custom trigger because and use default runner. There is no way to ink observer ID. Okay. This is in. Okay. Ink. And then this one is commands. Commands dot trigger
re requires that E impl default even though trigger is default. Okay, so requires that E implement default even when trigger implement default independent of E. So my only thought there is that it does it say that for? So no, it literally just says impl trigger E that. So I do wonder, can I abuse this somehow? Like, is this what that high order thing is talking about? I should probably get back onto porting, but this seems like a really interesting thing if I can crack it. So impl event for keeper. So can I say like impl E, no, well, it'd be really hard. Okay, so it would be like, so it's the enum observer that I'm, no, the enum trigger. So impl E, where E is an event, maybe, or and it's default for or I want to say that's how it works. I don't know. For a event trigger. So it's like event trigger. So yeah, what have you said? Default. And then we go like, don't implement this. So we go up to here. We go, hey, like, so your issue is that requires to implement default required by bound trigger. Well, I overflowed it apparently. So your requirement is that E trigger default. E. So E, where the trigger implements default, is what that says to me, but apparently not. And so we've come down here and we've said, hey, implement default for. What is a higher ranked trait bound? For lifetime generic. Higher ranked trait bound syntax. Okay, so trait bound. So trait bounds may be higher ranked over lifetimes. These bounds specify a bound that is true for all lifetimes. For example, a bound such as for lifetime A reference T is would require an implementation like impl A partial equal I32 for a T, and could be used to compare a TA with any lifetime of I. Okay. Only a higher ranked bound can be used here. Wait, what? These bounds, only a higher ranked bound may be used here because the lifetime of the reference is shorter than any possible lifetime parameter of the function. Okay, where a fn. Okay, higher ranked lifetimes may be specified just before the trait. The only difference is in scope of the lifetime parameter, which
expands only to the end of the following trait instead of the whole bound. This function is equivalent to the last one. Right. I don't understand it, but okay, cool. From what it sounds like it's saying is you can specify that this must be true for the entire lifetime of A, or for all A. Yeah, for a lifetime of A reference to A implements this means that, like, no matter what the lifetime is, that's true. Which, to be honest, means nothing to me. I don't get it. Anyway. Now it should have worked again. I mean, it should. It's not, but it should. It's getting very confused. Can't find it in the scope. Well, yes, because he... Fuck you. Away. Don't implement that. Not you. You... Enum trigger. Yeah, turn default back on for you. So, I still very confused, but, yeah, I do not in any... In any tangible way, I do not understand how trigger implementing default would require you to implement default. So what that's implying is that I can't actually construct a trigger. So we're going to be like, let trigger equal enum. No. Yeah, can we do this? No. The function or associated item default exists for the struct, but its trait bounds were not satisfied, or traits can only be used if their trait is implemented and in scope. The fuck you mean tiny array? Does not, okay, doesn't satisfy default. But can I not just, maybe the default implementation is what's doing it? So can we be like impl default for enum enum trigger e? So we say it literally does nothing. Like E is just a value, and then we say default fucking, and then we go, hey, like, go away. Maybe the default implementation does something when maybe that's the problem. Strange. Okay, so for some reason, the default derive of a default implementation will only implement default where E is default, which doesn't really make any sense for my use case. Anyway, we got that working, but yeah, so we can go to that one because we worked that one out. The fucking trigger requires E to implement default. It's just that default derives on its own. Put a semicolon next to that. Derive default with gen require that generic to impl default. Okay. Okay. I think we got to. I'm gonna like go back to porting the thing now, because I'm gonna say that we did a good job. We worked out that theoretically it would be possible, but it would require like actual implementation on Bevy's end to make this a thing. Like you could make an observer that only runs an observer when a specific variant is run. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't just return early. This seems needlessly complicated. I am still going to file the issue about like you can't actually make that observer without modifying Bevy source code, which they claim you can make your own triggers, but it's like you can't, because you physically cannot modify the piece of code required to specify please run this observer. It has not run yet. Okay, we're going to ignore cursor options because that seems annoying. I'm going to F12 away here and go, hey, this is event, but we actually want the same message. Okay. Set. Okay. And then there's probably more down here. Okay. Perform range selection. Okay, sure. You are not being touched yet, that's right. So when you import shortcuts, let's start collapsing things. So shortcuts. What's the shortcuts not like? That entity events is actually called entity events. Now, apparently it's never used, but it is because it's a despawn. Okay, we got a relationship, but then we go, it's also, that's entity events, thank you. And then come down here and be like, and then, you know, despawn all. Command structure despawn, and then creation, and again, it's S. Here and despawn all, or deselect all. Select that one, okay. And then we go to editor, we go S, and go to this, and we go, hey, deselect all. That's looking promising. We have what, 4 lots of red lines. All right, so apparently window cursor options. Okay, window dot visibility, visible. I feel like that's got to be the window, not the cursor though. We can have a look. Sets the window's visibility. If false, the window will be hidden completely. It would appear on the screen, or it won't appear on screen or in taskbar. If true, this will show the window. Note that this does not change its focus or minimized status. Okay, dot cursor. So cursor position. How did cursor position? Physical cursor position. And so it's a physical cursor position. Internal physical cursor position. Okay, so not helpful. Cursor. Okay, so we have to go back to 017, the migration guide, and we're going to go cursor. Cursor options. Windows is now split into multiple components. Windows has been become a very large component over the last few releases to improve the initial our internal handling of it and make it more approachable. We've split it into multiple components, all in the same entity. So far, this affects cursor options. Okay, so it's do we do anything with the actual cursor? I don't like that the set cursor position's a thing. So we have to go like, where the hell is our window? So we're gonna have to go, hey window, mute, and also cursor. And then we go, hey, somewhere, window. Mutable window, and also a mutable cursor. Cursor options. Thank you. So we have a cursor, and then we say, hey, cursor. Do that. Do that. Right, cursor options visible, cursor cannot mutate. Yes, okay, that's easy to fix. We just say, hello, mute. Thank you. So that should have fixed like basically all of that. Which means the only thing, well, apparently this has issues. The only thing with issues? Okay, you have issues now. Did it magically fix the other issue? No, I see a red line somewhere. Just where? Right at the top. So you have an issue again. I think that's more like once I compile, this will go away. This is like a because a macro ran on a macro. I also have no idea what the fuck enum dispatch is. Something about one generic but two generics. The answer is no. Okay, that must have been because I was testing something earlier. Because I don't get it, because that function doesn't exist anymore, which means that there just has to be a compiling error in that, like, it's not actually rerunning the macro. And will hopefully go away once we get a working compile. So, you know, we'll find out. Okay, so thread panicked, tone map to be registered. Okay. Bevy, core. Okay. Bevy reflect component names. Registry, get, expect, type info, type out info. Now, are we calling this too early then? Because what the fuck do you mean expect type name to be... Okay, it's used like twice. Append, get registered, and then that's it. Like, I'm pretty sure that's it for the entire project. It was literally like we just wanted to extend the names. Yep. Okay, so don't get rid of the replacing. Okay, so there's two places and that's it. Okay, so then it's you, and so obviously you're getting called too early. Or it may be possibly that it moved. Just double check. So core pipeline. Oh, well, yes. Question mark. How the fuck can I reach that? Bevy. Core. Okay. Tone map. Apparently, core Bevy tone map is a thing that exists. So did I break something when I did that? Okay. So we're gonna go find this. So gather register type. So pre-startup. Gather register type dot after startup login. Okay. Post startup. Question is if I set this to, so after setup logging, but maybe I made you startup. Okay. The question then becomes, if we go to Bevy, we need to work out, I suspect what's happening is that Bevy no longer registers any of its types. So, like, because it's auto registering. Register. Register. Auto register. So, register type. Does it say anything? Basically, specified in the reflect derive. Okay, so what it's saying is you can do that. And go to latest version, please. But I need to track down where exactly in Bevy it's doing this. Because my suspicion is that it's not doing it until a certain point inside of the okay, so maybe if we search for dot register type. So that's too many files. Wait, how did I end up outside of Bevy? That would explain why I was just getting random, like, unrelated shit. I was going, this is going to be fucking hard to find. So we want to go like, hey, dot register type. Okay, so the assets plugin, and so this register circle and da 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 da. Then register type. Register type my type. Okay, so this is an example, and this is a crate Bevy. Okay. And then this is another example, and it has to be like a test because it's just component A, component B. The DLSS. So it does seem like every type is still registering itself, which is concerning, because when does the auto register happen? There's only like 22 lines of code, so. Bevy reflect square 30d mod. So register hash set option struct string register data string reflect to serialize. Bevy reflect. So here's the thing. When the fuck is any of it getting? So type registry. It could be in this. This seems like the most likely crate to have it. World reflect. Bevy reflect, that's serialize, Bevy app, special type, Bevy reflect, get type registration. Okay, and then so this is 30 again. Reflection type data. That's it. It's got to be another example. Yeah, example crate. You can tell I'm focusing because I'm getting really quiet. So it's just not here, which is interesting because it's like, well, when the fuck does the auto? Is it a feature? Do I have to turn it on? No, surely not. Okay, deriving reflect on type opts into Bevy's runtime reflection runtime. Yeah, okay. So in previous versions of Bevy, any top level type that derived reflect had to manually register using register type. All types that derive reflect are now automatically registered. This significantly reduces the boilerplate required for the reflection functionality, which will be incrementally improved as we build our way to the new system. Entity inspector and visual editor. Note that generic types still need to, but like it's not a feature flag, so I don't think, at least. So we'll go to maybe, so somewhere update registration indices. Register internal, override registration, add registration, register. Auto register. Register derived types. Right. So we need to go here, and then go. What crate exactly is crashing? Core. Okay, so core. We need to go here. We have Bevy. Auto register. Auto registration. I assume it's the auto registration. Apparently Bevy does not have an auto registration feature. Okay, well, it quite clearly says feature auto registration, so that's in Bevy reflect. So we're going to go to your toml and go, hey, you have a feature called auto reflect. What features? Default std, small bag, debug, and auto register inventory. Okay, and then you have a feature here called auto register. Enables automatic reflection without inventory. This feature has okay. Apparently this is what the feature is called. Well, that's an abomination of a word, but anyway, I'll put that there. Is it going to work this time? Because now it's a real feature? No. Okay, so somewhere, obviously one layer up, we need to go, so this is what it's called, auto reflect inventory. We go one layer up, we go, hey, here's your cargo tunnel. We go, hey, where the fuck do you use this? No, nowhere. Okay, so you do have an auto register, didn't you? You said something static. Okay, so members, and we have examples, reflection, auto register, static, Bevy, reflect, compile, fail. Okay, so it's there. Reflect, auto register. Okay, let's just go here and be like, okay, apparently this is what it's called, which makes a lot more sense than what I was trying to fucking type in, but you know, what you can do. Apparently not have any idea what you're doing. Okay. Okay, cool. So we got like yellow lines, but like, God, it's taken a while. I think that it must have been compiling something else first. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, it makes sense. It's got to compile everything that reflects anything. I am curious how it does it though. So obviously in the derive macro, so we're going to go up to reflect while I wait for it to compile. So maybe R for reflect, and then inside of reflect is the derive, and derive skr, and oh, too much. Can we search in here specifically? No, in here. And then we're going to search for auto reflection. Okay, so if feature auto reflection, Bevy reflect path. Okay, type path import. Okay, auto reflects. If auto reflect static, skip unless environment var is set. Otherwise, this might slow down Rust analyzer. Okay. Config feature all features and not features. Quote. Submit Bevy path macro order register automatic reflect registrations type path as path register. Right, something inventory submit. Okay. Weird. Anyway, it didn't crash. Definitely not working, but it didn't crash. Okay. Now we have to fucking try and track down why it's not working. I mean, all the lights are in the right spots. Ooh, the fuck is that? I think that's the yeah, wall. So it's saying these are all OBJ, floor. Okay. Third point light and this and that and camera. So tone map none. Tone mic map face. None. Okay, so main camera. Volumetric fog. Why is everything invisible? That is the question. So let's go to you. Auto scroll, auto expand, curated. Okay, so you have a transform and a global transform and a transform tree changed. Visibility. Can we change you from inherited to visible? Inherited. Apparently the answer was no. I shouldn't have done that. The answer is no. Don't do that. Okay. Don't change that because that breaks everything. Okay. Inherited visibility, view visibility, name. Okay. Well, first up, this is called floors and walls, so they don't actually do anything. So we want to go probably like a 1 meter wall over there somewhere. So you have a mesh 3D. Okay, so it's got a handle, visible name ABBB. So what's broken though? Asset, register all embedded class icons. Okay. Asset successfully loaded 7 materials from materials. This realization done. Loading world and then doc stateless done. Okay. So first off, wait. Well, that seems like an obvious. I don't see a material 3D in here. Maybe I'm just missing it. There's standard material. Now, that doesn't seem right, but I'm going to assume that arc strong handle is reflect opaque. You need to register the inspector EGUI import in the type registry. Okay. Try implementing inspector primitive for arc strong handle and calling app.register type arc strong handle. So why is your name clipped like that though? Like standard material. I'm assuming it's supposed to be mesh 3D standard material, but somehow it's clipping it. Okay, interesting. Maybe we should like go like A5 changes. Compiling. Commit that, and then we're gonna go main. I'm gonna have to spend ages waiting for it to compile again, but we're gonna go, hey, if I run this again, I'm gonna check to see if there's a bug in how we're rendering the name, or if legitimately somehow we're actually sticking the wrong thing on there, because it seems just as likely. No target, because this is Junjun, thank you. It seems just as possible that like somehow we're sticking on a type that we're not supposed to be sticking on, and then like modifying that type from there, because it should be material 3D. I don't know why it's saying material 3D standard material. Something like maybe we're just passing the name wrong. That's what I'm going to check. Are we passing the name wrong, or I completely fucked it? So Bevy inspector EGUI. I don't know why it's taking so long. I thought this was already going to be compiled, but maybe it's going to probably yell at me that I completely changed things. I was going to say I was going to yell at me because I've left that feature on it, but it's like I've actually just like reverted it, so it should compile. Yeah, so like I don't quite get it.
not. Okay, restart the extension, please. Come on. Come on. It's so slow. My poor cores. Everything is dying. I'm gonna go. Yeah. Well, at least you know it's working hard. Oh, my utilization's dropped, so that's because it's compiling like the last 2 crates that relied on everything else, so it can't do anything in parallel. Macro registering components, my test component. That could also cause problems, but okay, so it definitely works here. And then the question is, if we go like, hey, turn this on and go like, hey, if I go to like a wall, and then I said like, hey, wall here. Okay, so it's just a weird fucking way it's named. Okay, so what the hell is going wrong? My suspicion is that we are loading a scene that is saved with old components, and we're loading them with new components. So scene. So here's the issue: is that like identity wall class empty. I don't know what this is. And so entity. So identity transform. Okay, so this is entity. So name wall class empty. Okay. So wall again class is empty. So these are arches, right? So transform. Confusingly, these don't have because these are all the group ones. So this is again, this is a light source, which also aren't working, but we can get around to that. So my assumption is that they're missing like a key component. Okay, floor. So it's going to be that we have a mesh path and a material and a path. Lightstone.mat. So the trick is, I guess, to spawn in a 1 meter wall. So I'm just going to copy this. We're just going to copy. We're going to like make a ability to spawn in like a 1 meter wall and just see if we can get it to work. So like just render a 1 meter wall. So go to examples and we go okay. So fn make spawn test wall. Okay, so spawn test wall commands assets. No, we're gonna be like asset server res, not res mute, res, and this doesn't need to be mute. Okay, so the thought here is that I'm just gonna comment. This is what it looks like. Okay, because everything else seems to be working, like it's spawning it all in the right order and attaching everything correctly. So all I need to do is go spawn test wall. Is spawn a wall like I would spawn a wall and just be like, I bet some components are not being inserted properly or whatever. So we're going to say commands dot spawn, and then we're going to go, we need to spawn a material 3D, mesh material 3D, that will contain a asset server load. No. I think it's add actually. So I'm gonna be like we need like let texture equal now my thing is that models materials it was like light stone, which is that friendly name is lightstone, base color and roughness. Okay, so we have our base color and our roughness. They're the two pieces of information we need. So it's going to be a stand material with a base. I need to put that above it. Oh, paste that in and do that.
Right. So these are two pieces of information. So we're gonna base color roughness dot default. God, that's fucking so good sometimes. Going to color sRGB, linear RGB, like that, and then like this, and then I don't think it's some. I think base color is just always there. Yeah. Roughness, and I think again roughness is just roughness. Because if you don't specify one, is it surface roughness? Rough. Metallic roughness channel. Perceptual roughness. I assume. I don't know. Linear RGB. This function takes 3 arguments but 4 were provided. Yes, because we don't need to specify that it's an opacity 1. Thank you. Okay. So then we want to go, hey, add texture. Okay. So then we want to be like mesh 3D, and that's going to be asset server load. Ooh, that might be difficult. Maybe not. No, because it's an OBJ. I'm assuming we have the OBJ loader. Like that's probably just something that we have as an extension. Yes. Why am I doing this in the version that... Okay, I guess we'll get this working in the version that doesn't... that we know works, so we can be like, yes, I can see the wall. And then I guess we just say like transform from translation y vec3 y times 100. It'll be up in the air, but it'll like it'll be away. Okay, so if we run this, it should work. I assume, because it could also be that the OBJ loader just doesn't work. That I didn't consider that, but that's always a possibility, isn't it? So we go here. We go here. There should be like a wall up in the air. No, okay, apparently not. Excuse me. Why is this not happening? Can we say like a name? New test wall, like that. Okay. So first off, just have a look and be like, is there one of these called like entity? No, nothing called directional light. There's a scene, and the scene without the scene. So one is that apparently it has to be inside the scene or we don't see it, which is confusing. So let's just close this and relaunch it and be like, I've given it a name now. Are you going to show up? Because there's a possibility that it'll only show up if it has a certain component. I don't remember how that's configured to show like things in the side. So it's possible that like it's not showing up. Yeah, it's not showing up because it didn't have a name, and you have to have at least like one of the, there's a certain component it looks for to be like, hey, you have you exist. Okay, so here's an interesting fact. According to this, you have nothing. But if I go to one of these, you have all of this. So look at our material properties. Material is material dot mat. Okay. So it's a base color, roughness, metadata. Name is cube. Okay. What are you? Metadata. Name is cube. Why? How is that your metadata? The name is cube point. You're being loaded from somewhere apparently. So what I don't get is why do you have all of these, but you don't. So first up, what the hell are you? You're not a 000. That's for sure. Okay, maybe we should put it at 000 because it's otherwise it's just gonna be fucking hard to find. So we're just gonna put it at identity, I guess. It's probably missing something. The issue is that, like, again, I don't know what is missing because it's really, really unintuitive about what's missing. So I'm more curious about the fact that you apparently can't see the components of something. Unknown. You're an empty, apparently. Maybe it needs whatever empty is to function properly. Anyway. What? So here's the thing. It's not rendering. So it's missing something. Now, why are you rendering? So you have a global transform, a transform tree changed visibility, visibility class name, standard material, which I think is actually a mesh material, standard material. Mesh 3D, child of children, pick interaction, AABB, identity data, it's a little intense, spawn source, and has runtime data. So here's the thing. I'll see it, but it could also be that like it's not really anyway, and also for some reason like this just doesn't work because I brought like this camera, which is the UI camera, which is me. It's just like I'm just always at 0. Like even if I move, I'm still at 0. So this just doesn't work. But it seems to work in. Oh, why is there a second camera? And that is the camera that is me. Okay, never mind. The UI camera just doesn't move because the UI camera is its own thing. Any chance that I can't see because I'm stuck inside this scene? Is that why I can't see it? Can I get you to not delete? I want to like I can delete any of these. Parent. Children. You shouldn't have children. What the fuck does the camera have? Camera icon. Okay. So if I was to say somewhere there's gonna be one called child of identity data. Apparently not. And what makes me curious about that is that oh god, the chance that they're only grouped under here because they're like they have like a shared scene source. Children camera has runtime main camera volumetric for cluster config. Like I feel like this parenting may actually be to do with that they share a spawn source. So no, okay. So it removed its spawn source, but it hasn't actually moved it outside. To band to the project. So children identity data. I don't see anything that's like child of custom camera. We can like shift a gameplay camera 3D, put a new camera 3D in, and be like, hey, I think that camera is stuck to us, but you know, and then we can, oh no, blind through my screen again, and then we can go, hey, can I delete you? Thank you. And then we are this camera now. I don't know. I think that's the gizmo. Anyway, yeah, that's the gizmo. Okay, so we are this camera now, which is outside of the fucking thing. We still can't see the yeah. Right, so let's click you and go, hey, so what do you actually have? So we have a transform and so we have a standard material, which the other one should also have. Kind of want to delete your parent so that I can more easily see you. The question is, can you see a point light even if there's nothing for the light to shine off of? Because otherwise a point light would, if so, a point light would be a great like thing to, yeah, no, so you can't see a light if there's nothing for the light to shine off. Like the light's invisible itself, which is kind of annoying. I have no idea what the fuck, I was just typing and it was doing something. Anyway, so we'll go with arches because they're closer to the bottom. Yeah, plane, there we go, okay. So if I move you, okay, so you are that thing, all right. Fine. So we go, okay, so transform, we have a transform. Change visibility. It could be that we don't have a visibility on it, but I highly doubt that mesh doesn't add a visibility. View visibility, visibility changed. Name, standard material, mesh, child of, children, picking interaction, ABB, identity data, spawn source, has runtime data. So the other option is that the test wall is like somewhere where you just can't see it. But the fact that I can't even seem to do this makes me think it's just missing shit. So like, tone map. Interesting. If I did something like shift a mesh rectangular brush. Okay, wait, is that it? That's it? So there's the rectangular brush, which we can see. Right, but we can't. Interestingly, again, it's put it inside of the scene, and I'm wondering if maybe I can't see things that are not inside of the scene. has runtime data. I don't know what that means. And I also have no idea how you decided to parent it inside the scene. Like, what makes this scene visible, but this scene, stuff outside of it, not? Oh. Hey, look, there's the test wall. You can see the test wall. Okay, so the test wall exists. It's just actually like it's a flat plane, and so that implies that you have a mesh to you, and that mesh is something else. Okay. Well, I can't really see it to work out, but like this wall, which I'm pretty sure is this wall here. Yeah. So what the hell is your OBJ so I can actually like get the right mesh? Material properties. No. So I don't get to know that apparently. Metadata. Your apparently metadata's name is path is material mat and your name is cube2. Okay. Material. Well, apparently that answers that one, doesn't it? Material. So I must have copied a floor. Oh, I did. Okay. Well, that would explain why it was a little bit fucking stupid. 1 meter wall and material is material. Okay. So just gonna copy this and we'll that's gonna help. Okay. So I'm just gonna go up here, paste this shit in. Okay, maybe collect the whole thing then. Identity. And then parent. Yeah, okay, so that's cool. So we're gonna go here and we paste. I don't fucking hate doing that. I copied it across. I went copy and then I hit copy again. Apparently. Yes. I didn't copy the text that time, I copied the fucking file. So here, copy, here, paste. Nope. Okay. Here, copy, here, paste. Okay. And then comment. Okay. So we need to go, hey, models, well, one, and then materials is, well, apparently material mat here is, nope, it's still the same. So it's more than just a model. It is a different kind of color, but I guess we'll do that. Paste this in here. Okay, fix that, cool. So let's go with that, From this, then we should have the wall, and then we can copy this entire thing and paste it into the new one and see if the wall turns up. I can't imagine it will, but, you know. Because there's a chance that it's because it's loading stuff a certain way. So where the hell is 000? Where the hell is the test wall? Now, interestingly, for some reason you can't even get a gizmo. Why are you just like completely invisible to the fucking everything? That is so confusing. Can we shift A, gameplay, camera? Can I do you now? No. Can I delete both of these cameras? And then be all like, click here, shift A. Camera 3D. No. So, nope, I've just accidentally parented the camera. And then we're going to go component, main camera. Okay. Now we fucked up the tone map. We are also apparently inside of this. I'm extra confused in the fact that I somehow managed to get it to load before, but I can't get it to load now. And we go, I can't move you. I had it before. Shift A, mesh, rectangle brush. And then we click on you and we go, move gizmo. Well, that would explain why I can't see the gizmo. So I click you. Now I can see you. And disgustingly, I've got the camera inside the fucking... Turn this off. Where is your child of? You are not a child of the fucking thing. Thank you. Alright, so the wall is rendering. It's just rendering inside of another wall, which is fine. Now, You are still also very broken in that you just like don't appear to be updating your components, but it's fine. I need to try and work out why, but can I put you... Oh, I don't know where I put it, but I click it. Where did it go? It went inside the UI camera. I want you to go into here. Can I... do you work now? No. Okay. Reset. Doesn't do anything. So weirdly, and it's because the gizmos are actually working properly. But the components aren't. I don't know why it's completely invisible. But one advantage is, so you're unknown. I need to find out where it's printing empty. So in here, do we ever say empty? Class empty. It's a dragon scene. So is empty, empty, empty. It's going to be inside of editor. So we probably limit our scope to looking inside editor. And then let's just look through the files and try and work out if there's a particular... So editor state, entities, viewport. No, that's probably going to be the cameras interface. Panels, bottom panel, the right panel. And go, hey, what the fuck does the right panel do? So it has a node tree and an editor string settings and a entity editor tab. So almost certainly this one, but also node tree. So side node tree, box node tree. Node tree. You. Okay. So this is in interface tabs apparently. And then, okay, node tree. Context menu. No, hierarchy. Right. Somewhere in here it's going to say the words empty, I reckon. Empty. No. So it's probably looking for type. Granite type. There. So granite type is used here and apparently never again. But that's what we're looking for. Is something is using, yeah, ID, identity data, class, and type abbreviation. So I'm assuming if I go to this type abbreviation, you're going to say, well, apparently nothing. I'm assuming this is where the empty and abbreviated is. So how are you doing this? Somehow, before we get to here, which is ID, where are we getting ID from? So entity type identity, and then identity is an optional identity object. So for here, we say, hey, entity type, unlocked or unknown. Okay. If let some, so this is what's writing it out, and then real entity dot push entry. Spawn source, file path, spawn source. Okay. Is preserved disk transform. Okay. So update hierarchy data. So if hierarchy changed, if hierarchy changed, hierarchy relationship changed, refresh node tree. The answer is apparently no. Update the hierarchy data from ECS query results. So what I'm not following here is how it's not telling me editor. Maybe it's because I've got editor turned off. Type. Nope. Editor's on, and I guess it's info. Yeah, info. But not on info. Clicked. So what if I moved you though? No, but does it show up? So you see it, but you don't. My suspicion is that this isn't actually the transform. This is like some other thing. But anyway, so this is never getting called. Update hierarchy data. So it's entity and name, entity type relationship is dummy parent false is preserved. Okay, so what it sounds like is that this sets this stuff over here, like, and this is the data that's displayed, like, to then click on it, which I guess is fine. It's just that, like, this only updates it, which is, I guess, interesting. Create file grouped hierarchy. Creates a hierarchy from file-based dummy parents. Okay, that's cool. Create stable dummy entity. No, okay. Sort hierarchy. Build visual order. No, we need to something like detect changes. Detect changes in the hierarchy that require UI refreshing. So I'm assuming that's what then calls this, because we're only changing components. Okay, so what that's telling me is the hierarchy is not right. Node tree. So this context menu, it's not going to be that. Data is probably not going to be that. I think that's just just the data types. Yeah. Okay. So then we want to go. It's not hierarchy because we just realized hierarchy doesn't do anything. Rendering, selection, systems, rendering. Okay. So node tree tab UI. Render search bar. Okay. Add space, separator, add space. Strange. What does that even look like? Search bar, separator, separator. Right? Is that what that's saying? Space, add space, separator, add space. UI.vertical, render vertical tree. So this is probably not where I want to be. I don't think I want the node tree. I think I want the entity editor. Because the node tree is this bit here, and I don't actually care that it says unknown. That seems irrelevant to me. System. Widgets. Tab. So entity name widget. Entity transform widget. You're passed a data, which is an entity editor data, and then identity data. Global transform, entity global transform data. So why is that its own thing is the better question. And then entity identity widget. And then, okay, so what the fuck calls you? When are you called? This is the tab, and this is the, so it's entity name widget, which I believe on you is just incorrect. It does nothing. So when I'm clicking on you, you're just not actually doing anything. So this is almost certainly, it's supposed to be getting called, but it's not. So where the hell do we call you? And why are you not getting found? So entity editor, and then we say, hey, here's your data. And then we say, hey, entity editor draw. So this is a side view. And the way that our side view does is we say, hey, match tab with the UI. And we say, hey, side view. So we draw these and we draw these and we draw this. So something is supposed to, so this is what calls you. And then, so at some point, we're supposed to be getting side tab entity editor. And so that's title. So tab viewer, side tab viewer. Annoyingly, when are you getting called? This is where tracking stuff down becomes hard. So dock right panel. Show inside UI enable side tab viewer. And then something side tab. Dock area. So show inside, this is UI and then a tab viewer where tab is equal to tab. But when are we, so this is the side view of viewer, but when are we passing in the tab dock area? So this is left, this is right. So resizable, default, and this is top. So side panel. So we show in the context, we pass the UI, and then we say side dock state. So show inside. Shows the docking hierarchy inside UI, and then with a side tab viewer. What do you actually need? Tab viewer. Okay. So I think you're at the docking state and then side tab. So the docking state I assume is surface
translations. So, I mean, do you keep track of the side tabs? Vec surface tab. Right. So I'm assuming you actually hold the data. Doc state, node tree, and editor settings. Okay, editor. So it's this resource, side doc state, that we need to track down. So the updates to you that actually get rendered, I believe. Oh god, and it's used everywhere. Save doc on window close system. Okay, don't give a shit. Get doc state stir. Okay. Side doc state. Load doc state. And then right doc. Save doc. So this is saving, loading. They must be like shaped then, not. Okay. So editor. Save editor settings for widget data. It's from the UI tab separate for editor data. Okay, so docking state, side doc state. So yeah, so this is inserting the resource, which we don't care about. And then this is just giving us access to it for some reason. Okay, entity cache system. Okay, update entity cache system. Fix. Need new cache. World has changed. But store all the needed entity data for UI population and manipulation. Filter, world, resource, side doc, doc state, literal tabs, any, tab, side tab, match. Create panel, right center, node tree. No, false. So this, by its very nature, wherever this filter is used at least, cannot get reflected components. Wait, what? Maybe new data. Get reflected components. So it uses the filter to extract just the node tree, and then maybe new data. We say, hey, entity UI data cache, last entity data, dirty entity cache flag. Okay, so is new entity cache last entity, none is entity. Update global entity component. So cache data entity. Okay. Let mute global component editor. Component editor. Selected entity. Okay. Global component entity. So that's it. This is even more confusing because aren't we storing the information about it in a different fucking thing? Entity register data. I'm so confused. So we have our fucking side doc state, which appears to contain the actual information we need to know. And then we go, hey, side doc state. Well, get access to the world, which isn't even more annoying. I don't think we use it again though in here. So the answer is that it's not there that we're doing it, but we need to keep a note of that. Doc UI system. Side doc. Top bar. Don't care about top bar. Right, and then yep. Top bar. Right bar. Okay, so that doesn't actually do anything except, initialize it. System. So update editor setting tab system. Side doc. So let side doc clone equals side doc clone. Okay. Load doc state. Doc layout. Top side doc bottom doc. Okay. Show help
pop up on startup. Okay. Side doc state editor all tabs mute. Okay. Editor settings. So this is again, I'm pretty sure rendering. If editor settings. That okay. Tab update. I mean, seems promising. Update entity editor tab system. Every frame we check the tab for staleness. Iterate mute all. Entity editor. Ref mute data. Data box. Entity editor tab data equals tab. Okay. Handle material deletion requests first to avoid borrowing conflicts. Okay, okay. If selected cache data entry has selected identity data is mute data identity. Cache entity ID UI data cache. So that was that thing that was being updated before. So user edited data, active entity, last selected entity, identity data, global. Okay, so then we say active and mute data, active entity, global transform data. Let global transform data equal global transform data. All right, and then only clear data when entity selection changes from the other has selected data. Update identity from cache. Update transform from cache. Update components from cache. Data.init. Fixed. Do this on init, not here. This is right. So there were two places. The one is the cache entity UI cache data dot entity. So has selected the cache entity UI data cache, last entity data, dirty cache fix. So you entity data material handle global transform identity data gizmo drag registry entity registry data. Okay, so this is definitely what needs to be updated. So for some reason, which I think I've already skipped past this piece of info here. So cache, maybe new. So it's here for some reason. The new data. So this is the update entity cache system. Maybe new data. If let some entity name data, like all this. If let some. Apparently a name is mandatory. That would explain that. Entity name, transform, global transform, identity data, which apparently also mandatory. Which would explain why it's not finding it, because it doesn't have identity data. Why are we... And what the fuck is active selection? Okay, that's a marker. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say fucking option identity data. Because what the hell's in the identity data? I think it's like UUID, name, and string. Why is name used twice? Okay, so now identity data is optional. New registration. Get reflected components. Global transform, compute transform. New data. Okay. This is all very poorly done. So let identity equal identity data unwrap or default. No, it's if some. It's more like match. No, it's if let some ID. Except we're gonna the clone like that, and then we go, hey, otherwise, if entity does not exist. Do we have mutable access at this point? We do. I don't know if we're allowed to do this because we're inside of something else, but we're gonna say, hey, I don't know why you have so much duplicate code everywhere, but we're gonna say identity data. Name is name.toString. Class is unknown, and UUID is just a new UUID. Wait. Garnet class unknown. Unknown. I think unknown is just an empty type. Phantom. Why? What? Why do you have an? Okay. Why does it have data? That's the question. Underscore phantom 0. I don't know. Yeah, I'm concerned because it has data. Like, why? Why does it have data? It's private. Default. Okay. Why do you have data? If you're you default to 0. So okay, I don't get why you have data then. Okay, whatever. And then I just identity. Right. So annoyingly, I'm doing this in the wrong build. Okay, yeah, let's fix that. Let's go. I mean, in theory, I can just bring my changes with me, actually, because I shouldn't be changing anything that's Bevy dependent. Okay, identity data here. I'm going to say, first up, where are you getting this from? User update identity event. Why are you still called event reader? It's even more confusing. Oh, because we're in old build. So if I let identity data equal if let some data identity data otherwise entity missing identity data cannot update identity. No entity missing identity data, and we're going to say maybe don't print that every time because I feel like it's just going to do it literally every time. We're going to go identity data, and then again we have access to all the components, so it doesn't make any sense to why we would be like name dot to string as string. I don't actually know what you want the name to be. A string. Okay. To string. Class is do you have a default? I don't know. I don't think that's actually correct. Thank you. UUID. So your UUID is UUID v4, and your what was the other one? Class is granite type default. No, okay, granite type unknown. Granite type unknown unknown default. Okay, so if else. Okay, I don't think we're actually mutating your data. No. So we're just gonna say wait, okay, what? Just give me a reference to the dereference so that it says yep, and then we're just gonna say hey, you get a reference to this. Data may not live long enough. Okay, fuck you then. As ref. Data may not live long enough. Okay, complaining about something. I need class which is behind a shared reference. Okay, so it needs to be mute. Okay, as Okay. So weirdly, we're going to say, hmm. Okay, we're going to say, where did I put it? Identity data. So we're going to say identity data mute. We're going to go data.clone because I just can't be bothered getting it to work right now. Let's do this. No, do ref clone. Wait, what? No. Okay. So we're going to match you, and then we're just going to clone you, and then do that. And then at the end, at the end of whatever the fuck this is supposed to be doing, I think that's here. We say if let sum mute data equals identity data dereference no fucking data equals yep, they're all called identity data now, which is stupid. So where do we get it? And we say, hey, identity data ref. And we're gonna go here and say identity data ref. Yeah, hey, fucking clone this. No, as ref, right? And then we're gonna go in here and we're gonna go, hey, dereference and clone that. No, dot as ref and clone that. Right. So now you've cloned that, but we still have the original mutable version, and then we say, hey, data ref, and we say data, and we say dereference data, and it's equal to identity data. I don't even need to clone it, just fucking stick the actual identity data in there. So if we run this now, we can hopefully be able to see the components actually on our new stuff, because we no longer require it to have a very specific niche entity. Right, entity component, a very niche component that like doesn't exist on everything. And so it means that like shit just doesn't work. We can at least see its name now, and its scale isn't set to 0, so that's looking promising. Over there, the wrong color, but yeah, what can you do? So we're gonna go, and we're gonna go, okay, well, I can see its fucking transform is moving. That's a good sign. And then we go, hey, I can fucking see it. Okay. Right. Okay, now we go to Git and we go, please, please, for the love of God, let me go to port and be like, bring my changes. Lovely. Now, hopefully it still compiles. It should, because I don't think I touched anything Bevy related, only Garnet related, Granite related, which means that that's kind of it. So I only touched Granite related stuff, resulting in hopefully it compiling and it still be invisible, but I can like see if it's actually what's causing it, or like maybe not, but still more conveniently seeing what's causing it, because we'll have a wall, which means that if it's like some kind of weird parenting thing or some kind of weird requirement for a certain component, which is possible. The other thing I should probably test is yeah, you don't like this for some reason. I don't know why. What was it going for? Brain, come on, switch back on. Yeah, like if I can see that wall, then it's something to do with how it's parented, or like the fact that we're loading data a certain way. If I can't see that wall, it's because I actually have no idea, but be interesting. So yeah, if I can see the wall, then it's something to do with the way the scene's loading. If I can't see the wall, then it's something about the data being attached to the scene, which could be that the OBJ crate isn't actually updated properly and is therefore just not working. Like that would be first guess because none of the lights will work. So we should probably go to dungeon here and make a test cube. Commands.spawn. So we're gonna make exactly the same thing. We're just gonna copy everything the same. Except we should probably go like end and say like let map equal asset server load that. Okay, so add the texture, and then we can say map.clone, and then you be the same, or that you just get mapped, right? And then we say, hey, instead of this, can we say mesh asset server dot add mesh from cube. I don't think that's how that works, but nice try. Size. Q. That looked like it worked. So, size, length, something from length. No, from size. There we go. From length. Right, cube. Now, what I mean by when I say I think that looked like it worked is that it very much appeared as though the world rendered and then something unrendered it. Why did you render twice? I'm going here. I'm going. So, why that's important? Fucking auto expand off, please. Can we default that off? Probably would be the better idea. Okay. So why I think that's important is it implies that it's something done to the camera after. Viewport none. Order active. Target window primary. Clear color default. So, what are you complaining about? Interesting. So when we close this, we go here. So when I reopen this, it very much looks like it renders with a big bright flash of color and then disappears, which very much implies, unless it's literally loading an image and then an image is disappearing, something happens after we finish loading that is hiding all these. They're all disappearing after they finish loading. Like, probably remake sure that like it's not like loading an image, is it? I don't know. So what we can do is we can go add systems last and spin, I guess. Spin. Right. So we're gonna put a system in last. It's called spin, and we're gonna go weapon spin. Right, and the way spin is going to work is we're going to go. What? No, it's called spin because it says. So, what's funny about this is the game is going to freeze, but I suspect that because I would do it at first, like as soon as startup's done, freeze. But I suspect that it needs to have done at least 1 frame to render, and so. Interesting. So, added source to load source list. Right. Serialize to run option none in none. Okay. So can't do it then because it will freeze up. Yeah. Fucking no. And I can't check to see if the key's being pressed. It's kind of funny. I don't want to panic or sleep. I just want to freeze the screen. So what I need to do is say like mute first, which is a local boolean, and then if not first is true, and
And if not false. So this will let it run exactly 1 frame. Now, I don't know if that's going to work. I don't think it'll work simply because, well, it's not stuck on a white screen. It rendered 1 frame, but it hasn't. Total triangles generated 6. So system parsing command and camera adding some to load, so dock state loaded total. So what I'm thinking is, see how like we're frozen like this, right? So we apparently need a few frames. So if I take the loop out, we won't get stuck on a white screen this time. We need, because I don't want to just count frames, because counting frames is going to result in, like, if it takes slightly longer or shorter to load, it'll just freeze up. But what we need to do is go, what the hell happened when the scene had finished loading? So somewhere, I'm almost certain it said, pop-up menu requested help. Gizmo already exists, skipping spawn. So did you print anything in here? It says docking state loaded. Loaded world. So system okay. Loaded world. Parse component value unit. Found unit value expected identity for original data. Expected identifier. Final expected data from main camera sum. Main camera. Pass command serialized to run. Final extracted data from time map sum. Think. Added source. So, is it doing that? What I need to check is it's something like, we can check for names, because I'm assuming it's all going to spawn in the same frame. So what we can maybe do is say like objects, and we're going to query. We can probably like be like populated, and then handle scene root. I don't know if it's going to work because I don't know if we're using scene roots. Can I say reference to scene root? Right, and then we go, hey, are we gonna lock up? I don't know, because I don't think it has a scene root. I think they, the person making the editor made they're doing their own scene spawning logic, so they don't pass in a handle to a scene and have it load. Yeah, so okay, so instead what we're going to look for is just something called flaws. Okay, so we need to grab in names, name, right, and then we're going to go for name in name. If name starts with walls, loop, because I'm almost certain it's doing something, and then something's causing it to fucking unload. What are you doing? No, just name. Right, the name as string starts with walls. Then we loop forever. That's interesting. That implies that they are actually loaded. Okay, so get rid of this. That or walls turns up much sooner. So it really is just like it loads literally the first frame, which is even more bizarre, to be honest. Maybe we need to stop on frame 2. I don't know. What frame would it be? See? Wait. How do I show help toggle active? Okay. No. It's gonna say maybe. So what could it be? What could it be? When do we want to stop? I mean, like we could, for the sake of fucking being crazy. I should have checked what it was called. Quick, reload it. So, I highly doubt walls. Walls. Okay. So we're gonna go frame, and then we're gonna go local, and we're gonna go an I. So we use 32. Right. We're gonna go hey if the reference frame is less than 10, can return frame plus equals 1, right, and then loop. So the idea here is we will either get to a point that it's rendering something, or we'll get past the point that it's rendering nothing. Well, I wouldn't know. The only thing I'm going to go off is hopefully EGUI still renders on top even when the game freezes. Like, it's not like I'm going to lock the game up and then EGUI is going to disappear. So yeah, so now it's frozen because again we're in a spin loop and we've deliberately killed it. But 10 frames is enough. So it gets 10 frames and it rendered and then it died. So it needs to maybe it needs 2 frames because maybe it's loaded. Got. My only concern is that I feel like it's going to get stuck in that, like, if I give it 2 frames, it's like it may or may not load. So through 0 or through 1, because it obviously stopping at 1 didn't work. So letting 1 frame render. If you do 0, you get stuck white. Okay, so it renders, and then EGUI renders, and it breaks. And I know it's not a screenshot because I can see the cube. I assume. And yeah, because that's the cube that I spawned, and it's looking at 0, 0. So, something about loading the editor breaks everything else. Also, why does the editor take like 2 frames to load? I reckon it's the EGUI. What happens if we spawn our own camera? Commands.spawn. Camera 3D is Bevy, yeah? Default. Transform looking at 0, 0 with the Y being up. Don't give it a main camera because that would cause things to break. And we need to say camera and something about ordering. Order 2. I want to say the higher order gets rendered on top, but I don't actually know. I think that might be everything. And then we go here and go here. We go, surely. Oh yeah, and then you default the rest. Default. Right. From XYZ looking at there. So the hope is, well, we're still going to stop on frame 2, but so here's interesting. Again, more hints that it's the EGUI because we actually got to there and stopped. So and that's why I didn't want a specific frame, is because the rate at which something happens is very determinate on ordering. So are we spawning the camera? We're not giving it a name, so it's possibly not. But anyway, I said ordering 0. What if I took the editor out? If I comment this out entirely, Bevy should start complaining that there's more than 1 camera. Correct? Apparently not.
So apparently Bevy doesn't pick up on the fact that there's more than one camera, which implies that we're not actually spawning more than one camera. Test block. That is somewhat concerning because there very much should be a camera. Let's give it a name then so that it will show up in the editor. Name test camera. Maybe the editor uses a different camera identification number, but nonetheless, it should not be hidden like that. Like, yeah. See, I don't know which one renders on top. It's more the. So, yeah. So the test camera exists. If we do this, we should be able to see all this stuff. We're go like, hey, so your ordering is 0. Hey, there we go. So your ordering needs to be higher than 3. Your tone map most needs to be fucking set. So let's go with tone map none. Tone map none. And your ordering here is at least 3. So we do something to one of these cameras with the editor that's breaking it. In that a bog standard camera works. Right. And interestingly, as soon as that camera comes priority, all right, so we need to go fn give back, which makes me think it's almost certainly GUI that's fucking us over, but we're going to go mute camera, query transform. So we need to mark that camera somehow. So we need to be like struct test cam. Right, and we need to go derive component, and we're going to give you test cam. Test cam. Right. So with test cam, and we go here, and it's actually camera. Then we go here, and we go hey so for and then order then we need the input as well. Input res button input key code. Right, so if I press, let's say if just press key if I just pressed F2, then for camera ordering 3, and then if I just pressed F3, maybe not the best idea, then camera ordering 1. So we don't probably want to do that because that's going to hide and unhide the editor, I think. So we're going to say like key and O, key P and key O, key O. Right. So they should let me hide and unhide like which camera's on top, so that I can be like, hey, this one works. So it's not spin, it's give back. Here we go. Okay, then we're going to track down what the differences are. I suspect almost entirely like EGUI. There's also a chance that like maybe it's just that we haven't, that like EGUI may have tweaked something in the 017 update that's like you have to add like a viewport here, and that's why it's not working, is that we're not giving the camera a view. So if I have that camera rendering, that's what it should look like, but that's actually what we're getting because something. All right, so where the advantage of this comes in is we can go here and go how. Okay, sync to render world. That's interesting. Do you have a sync to render world? I would assume. Yep. Cluster config. So we only have to check the ones that are shared between the two. So test is, so that's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. Visibility, inherited visibility. So I don't think any of this stuff's going to matter. View. Yeah, okay. So that's all like about whether you can see it. So camera. Viewport none, 1, active. Okay. So we're looking for ordering. So window primary, subcamera view none, clear color default. Subcamera none, clear color default, none, primary, and ordering 1. Ooh. Wait a second. Help. What I'm not following along here, right, is if I set your ordering even lower, -21, that's interesting because that implies that you're actually you're rendering on top of 2. Where is the other camera? Where's the UI camera? You little bastard. So it's actually you that we need to work out first off why you exist, because I thought the whole point was we didn't spawn the UI camera. So it's actually the UI camera that I need to be comparing to everything else. So my thought is, so you are a camera 3D. That's interesting. So we have a transform, global transform. This is a camera 3 icon. Where did my test camera go? Oh god. I think my test camera I accidentally dropped inside my camera. Like inside this UI camera. Yeah, there it is. Can we like get you out there? Oh no, put you back. God damn it. Get out. Okay. So a UI camera here. Right. And this is the camera that I can move around. Right. So it's still slightly confusing on why setting the other anyway. So cursor icon system default. Okay. Frostum. You're not the camera that moves around though, right? Like, no, you are. UI camera. So you're just a random camera? No, I'm moving both of them, apparently. That's interesting. But this is the one we actually see. So this is the one that I care about. Frostum. Camera main texture usage. The fuck is camera main texture usage? Oh, you have it too, and the test cameras. So basically, we only care about the things that are different from one camera to the other. So cursor icon is a difference. Fucking projection. I guess projection is camera related, isn't it? Camera. So I guess they're the two things we care about. So they're the same. And perspective, yep, okay. So the projection is correct. Cameraman visibility, MSAA says 4, camera 3D. Wait, is the order changed? Is that what's fucking going on there? So medium, something medium. Right. So when it was working camera 3, it wasn't projection. Color grading, probably unlikely. Exposure, can't check because exposure is not reflect. Render entity, disable dither. Camera render graph, none. Cluster config and sync to render order. The render graph seems like the most likely thing to actually be breaking it. Is that, or the render layer? No, okay. Well, it also killed. I think I know where I broke it. Maybe no, because I didn't actually change anything. You don't have a render layer. And you, okay. Well, apparently I just completely broke this whole camera, so that's fun. Alright, now we have to fucking relaunch it because I accidentally removed every single component from it. So there we go. Okay. So what is your problem? Test. Okay. So test camera versus somewhere. The UI camera. Where'd the UI camera go? Okay. Oh, now maybe it is this camera. It doesn't make actually any sense. There's the UI camera. I don't know why you say hidden. So you didn't spawn in after, so it actually is this camera. That's broken. Which means that when we tweak that, so... to be honest, very confused how tweaking the ordering of the other cameras is busting this. If I delete... Oh, do not delete test camera, apparently. Now, the question was, is that because I had that camera selected? Or is that, so, first up, so that hides and unhides the editor. If I said, hey, delete, no, delete. Here's the issue, I can't delete it. This camera. So, bizarrely, can I delete you? Probably not. No. Hey, look, okay. So we did it. We got rid of the test camera. Now, so it's actually because we're rendering higher than EGUI. That's why it's 3. Because the EGUI is rendering somewhere. And when we render higher than it, we can see it again. Don't delete the thing you've got clicked is the answer to that one, why it keeps crashing. So something about EGUI is rendering it on a specific layer, and that layer that it's rendering on is this fucking... So I need to render my world after? I don't know. Okay. So I'm thinking maybe if we go to EGUI. Scene. So it'll be editor. Let me go here. Let me go viewport. Let me go camera mod. Let me guess. Input state. No. Utilities. Right. So I don't care about the camera really. Maybe I do. I'm trying to make sure that the camera isn't actually... I think camera system. Yeah, I guess I think this is about moving the camera around. It's not actually about rendering the camera. Camera frame system. Camera frame system. Transform. I don't know. If found. Don't know what this is trying to do. Interesting. Right. So I want to go back to the editor state, doc. Like doc state. So when do we actually give this thing to EGUI to render it? So one would assume this is editor state, editor. So lib. Somewhere in here we must have like a UI, setup UI style. This is startup. And editor info. Edit info. So this is startup again. So something somewhere. Editor active. No. So this is all like configuration stuff. Setup utilities. Startup. Okay. So editor state plugin. Adds a few systems to update. Update active world system. Save doc on window. Update editor via system. Load editor. Okay, so it's not going to be at the editor state. Entities. Input. Interface. Interface. That makes most sense. Plugin. Somewhere it's going to have one of these. It's going to be like call render interface. EGUI. Show active pop-ups Docker system. So it's this Docker system, right? This is what actually renders top panel. Okay, so I need to somehow context, EGUI context, sidebar, sidebar, bottom, bottom, event, editor event, editor state, user input, user input. Okay, so this is top panel, and then we sizable, right, and then side panel position, side panel. So Docker state, editor state. Editor state, is that the...
side panel position. So, and this is EGUI top bottom panel. A panel that covers the entire top and bottom of a UI or screen. The order in which you add panels matters. The first panel you add will always be the outermost, and the layer last you add will always be the innermost. Always add any central panel last. Right. Ironically, that's not what you're doing. You're putting the central panel in the middle. But I am curious if I follow EGUI's advice and say, can we put you here? Right, it did say do any central panel last. But maybe I need to open the get to know. Is that what it's supposed to look like? Maybe. I need to go to like Garnet, please. Granite. So it does go all the way to the bottom. This only goes. Okay, so maybe that's actually what it's supposed to look like. I'm just. And now, when we do O, now it goes all the way. Okay, so I'm gonna say that's actually what it's supposed to look like. Now the question becomes, how the hell did you set that to use up in a certain amount of space? Because what I'm thinking is if I could just like take the rest of the space and I can just render a single viewport item, I can put the viewport item as being what the output of the camera is, and we can call it good. Okay. Now, I'm curious if the EGUI context cares about the camera at all. I don't think it does. I have a feeling that this is rendering on top of the camera. So how did you do this? So you said left. So side panel left. Left dock panel. But there's nothing in the left dock panel. Default with right panel width. Width. Range 255 equals screen width times 0.9. Show context. Left dock area. I do not quite understand where the left dock is, apparently. Okay, I'm going to say that maybe it's that side panel position is that you could put this over here if you wanted to. Okay. And I can close these. This panel stays no matter what. All right. So, I do wonder if I can say EGUI central panel. A panel that covers the remainder of the screen, i.e. whatever error is left after adding other panels. The order in which you add panels matters. The first panel you add will always be the outermost. Center panels must be added after all other panels. Note, any create window and create area will cover the top level central panel. Okay. Central panel default returns the default value for a type. Default value are often some kind of initial value. But what is the default value for a central panel? Optional frame. Okay, sure. Now, what is your example? So we say, hey, central panel default show. I guess it is context UI. Okay. So you're just gonna render nothing, but I'm curious. Because then we need to like render an image and do some weird stuff. Okay, so
Yeah, okay. So now the EGUI is filling everything because it's literally filling this in. So now we don't even get to see that, which is good because then we're gonna go, hey, can we do like a UI dot image, image, and then image source. Okay, no, doesn't seem right. You know what we do is we go, can I get your size? When you call show in a result, so dot, okay. Let be equal. So we're just gonna get this. We're gonna go, hey, okay. So can we like c dot response dot width widget info? For accessibility, call after in dot size, intrinsic size. The intrinsic size, desired size. This is the size that a non-wrapping, non-truncated, non-justified version of this widget would have. If this is none, use self-rect instead. At the time of writing, this is only used externally by external crates for improving layout. Some. So can I instead say like ctx dot space size used size? How much space is used by panels and windows? You can shrink your EGUI to this size and still fit all EGUI components. I don't want the opposite of that. I'm trying to work out how what would it even be called though. That's the issue. CTX dot space remain leftover. If we go back. Yes, central panel. When we say show on the central panel, surely show, and then show dine and create add content, CTX, ID, panel, U, pi, context clone, ID, panel, layer, max rec, available rect. CTX dot available rect. Right. How much space is still available after panels have been added? Okay, so we're going to say something like left, left equals false, mute, left equals true. Otherwise, yeah, leave it a false, like that. We're gonna go here, we're gonna say, hey, no, show. Now, my question is, can I say height? Dot height? No, then it's nothing. Response dot height. Size. And so intrinsic size, if none, self-rec. At the time of writing, okay. No, so I don't know how to work out like how much space the top and the bottom took up. Okay, technically I think the top AGM menu bar new top I'm assuming the top bar is like a fixed horizontal UI menu. When do we set your height? Somewhere. Horizontal. Okay, so no idea when we set the height, but yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have here like dock UI system. We're gonna have some kind of mute view window. View port. It's gonna be a query for a is it called a viewport? No, I don't think so. I go to here and go viewport node. Okay, oops, didn't want to click that. Viewport node. So I don't know how you specify. So I'm assuming I need a style. Style. A Bevy, a UI style. No, okay. So we're gonna leave that blank and then it's gonna with viewport node. We need to first off we need to transform. I don't care. I'm gonna go here. That okay. Can't find transform. So we're gonna qualify this because we don't actually want to transform it. Why can't I find you? I'm assuming you are gated behind a feature. Picking backend? No, I don't care. Viewport node. So I'm assuming you're like a we need Bevy UI? Maybe? So like can I go like to here? Here and go features. Winit and UI maybe? Nope, doesn't like that. So we have to go to here and we have to go to docs.rs and go Bevy, please, and then go UI. Bevy style enables built-in global style mechanism. Bevy UI. Okay. Bevy UI. It's going to work now. So the hope is that UI renders on top of everything else, and therefore will render on top of the EGUI, even with my inability to qualify UI node. Okay, so then we need to go. I think it's style. And now that I've got UI, so we need like Bevy. UI style. No, widget style. No, what is it? It's not. Yeah, something. So you're gonna require a node, and the node requires something because it tells it how big it is. UI node. Computed node. Nope. Okay. Computed target camera. Compute UI target camera. Okay. Computed render target info. UI transform. Background color. Okay. Translation, scale, rotation. I don't. Oh, it's probably just in node. Node is probably what I keep thinking as style. So mute node. Right. Let me just also like qualify. There UI node. Okay, so it's yelling at me now that it's too complicated. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go, hey, so you can go away. And then we're gonna go something like for node I guess for mute node in viewport header. Mute. Okay. So let size equal. Okay, we have a rect, and I don't know what the rect actually stores, but anyway. So we're going to say node dot padding position dot left. Okay, so if left node dot right equals val pix 0 and left is no is auto and else auto and 0. So basically cram it against whichever side we're not currently using, and then we're going to say node top can just be pix. I want to say like maybe 30. I don't know, because I assume the UI is like a fixed size. I just don't know what it is. And then we're going to go, I don't care at the bottom. Then we're going to say node dot size dot width is equal to yeah, pix and then size dot width. Okay, and then size dot height. No minus 30. Height. Okay. Right. So that should position that node when it exists where we need it to be. I am going to spawn said node using the examples again because I don't know if it's going to work. So we're going to spawn in. We're going to say I think I need to keep a reference to this camera. So we're going to say let cam equal and then dot id. So we're going to keep the camera like this, and then we're going to say commands dot spawn, and it's going to be a view node, viewport node, new cam. Right. So theoretically, that should render the viewport node into the UI layer. I don't know if it's going to work. Mostly because I don't actually know if this is going to render what I think it's going to render. I think we have to change the target. Component using the camera target to a node. Oh god. Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it said something about the camera needs to target the referenced camera here does require its target to be a render target image. So view node example. Suppose we spawn a camera, ordering, render this camera before other UI cameras. Okay, so spawn UI camera, commands to spawn. Okay, so set up a texture for the 3D camera to render to. The size of the texture will be based on the viewport UI size. Okay, image texture descriptor equals usage. Okay, so we do all this. Okay, that seems not like that big of a deal. Then we spawn and we say, hey, render target image kernel clone. Okay, default, and then we spawn something for the 3D camera to look at. Okay, and then spawn our viewpoint widget. Okay. Okay, so we go so this isn't working right now because we haven't given it an image. That's fine. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to do all that image spawning in, or like configuring. Oh, don't spawn another camera. So yeah, okay, so let image equal image, and in second, well, it's not images is add, it's going to say asset server dot add image. Right, so that should be fine, and we can like just import this and you know, import that and import this and import that. Okay, so handle images. No. Okay, Set up the texture for the 3D on it. Okay. So then we go down here. We go, hey, so this camera. When we say here, we say viewport. No, something target. Target. Render target is an image. None. Image. None. Texture. I mean, theoretically, we could just target the right spot. Image. And then the image handle. The clone. I don't know why we clone it. Image render target. Okay, apparently not. Clone. Huh? Oh, dot into. Clone. Dot into. Okay. So from there we have our test camera, and then we rendering to there, and then we render there, and we spawn the viewport. Now my thought is we could probably just swap this out for only rendering to a certain area. So not a window, an image, texture view. None. Oh. Ooh, you didn't like that. Okay. So something. Image missing. Make sure the image uses includes main world. Binding. Texture binding. Copy destination. Texture descriptor usage. Make sure that the render asset usage contains main world. So I'm suspecting that means don't use the asset server, because the asset server is asynchronous. So we do something like that and be like images dot no, leave that the same. It's not what I was trying to rename. Images add, we add that image, and then because my suspicion is that the asset server is 1 frame behind, so we set that, we try and spawn it, and then it doesn't work because it's 1 frame behind. Or it may be more. I don't know how often the asset server does what it does. Okay, so the idea is that, well, one, we don't actually see the thing. So if I said, so from what I understand, it said lower number rendered first. So we do this. Okay, lower numbers are rendered first. So camera. That camera is definitely rendered first. And then we go here, we go, hey, did they spawn a second camera to render the viewport to? Because that's an interesting question. Spawn our viewport widget. But like, spawn something for the 3D camera to look at. Spawn the 3D camera. Spawn a UI camera. Yeah, so they actually have two different cameras. Right, so the issue being that I can't actually see this camera to be like, all right, so then now we have a UI camera as well. So full screen this, let's bring this up so I can read it. So if I said like is active, false. Oh, okay. Nope. Oh no. Alright, so that kind of worked, but also kind of didn't. So here's the issue. Is active. So we do this, we go here, and we go, okay. So this 3D camera here. Camera 3D. Children. No, camera. Is active. No. Okay, so that doesn't seem to matter. It's this camera that if we set this inactive. Okay, so if I set this camera inactive, we get that back. Now, here's the thing. Well, first off, is we need to like deactivate this camera so that we're not seeing that camera. Right. So that camera wouldn't be rendering. Now this camera, if I turn this camera off. Okay, we don't see anything with that camera either. Right. So this camera, this test camera, is rendering to something. Maybe it's just actually can't see anything, but I can't imagine it is. So you are rendering to an image. For some reason, we aren't camera icons reading. There's no, we can't see the UI node either, which is, I think we have to give it a name, because again, if you don't give it a name, the editor doesn't know to look for it, which is not good design. But anyway, test viewport. Don't give it an image hand. What the fuck are you doing? Oh. So now it'll be visible, and now we can just see if it's turning up. Because the thing is we could just be putting it in the wrong spot. But my thought is maybe just, can I specify the viewport to be like a sub part of the window? And then since we're not rendering everything, we can just render it on top. So here's our test viewport, and then we turn this on. We go, oh, first off, apparently our test viewport has nothing, which is not a good sign. I don't think it really means anything. It just means it's missing something like a transform, which, because of how they set up the editor, it literally will not work on things that are missing specific components that you expect, which is, again, bad way of doing it. But anyway, let's work out if we can sub-view the view. So if I said, hey, camera, so our options for render targets are image, none, the camera won't render to any color target. This is useful when the camera that's only rendering prepass. For example, a depth prepass. Okay, no. Texture view. Texture view to which the camera's view is rendered, useful when the texture view needs to be created outside of Bevy. For example, OpenXR. Okay, and then window ref, which I think window ref and then primary. Okay, so I think we go back to the default, and then we're gonna go viewport. Okay, if set, the camera will render to the given viewport rectangle within the configured thumb. So you are a viewport. Viewport. Lowercase port. Okay, viewport. Right. Now concerning, that says physical size, and I don't. Physical position, physical size, depth. Okay, depth. Let's look at what your default do. You have a default, yes. So your default is 0 to 1. Okay, fair enough. Physical size is 1 to 1, and your physical location is 0 0, I guess. Okay, the physical position to render this viewpoint to within the render target of the camera. 0 0 coordinate is the top left corner. Okay, so we're gonna go, hey, can you render at physical position 0, physical size 400 by 400, and texture size is depth is 0 to 1. So depth, the minimum and maximum depth to render. Okay, cool. Minimum and maximum depth to render on a scale of 0 to 1. Okay. Hey, okay, so we just need to put it in the right spot now. So we started at 0 0, so we just need to work out one is how to get to wherever this is. So I don't know how it knows how big a space is, but if we can work that out, we can just put our viewport back in the fucking hole. Ironically, we need to go track down I don't quite understand why that camera is not able to render normally. Like, what is gone wrong with our widget camera? I believe it is the UI camera. It just doesn't make sense why it can't see anything. It's blind. So here, so instead of grabbing a viewport node, we're going to say with okay, so we need so we need to be like with Bevy with let's go create viewport camera. Yeah. With viewport camera, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go here to lib here, and we're gonna go, hey, component hub struct viewport camera, mark a component for the camera used in the used as the viewport. I don't know what with EGUI it seems to eat the normal view of the camera. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna viewport camera. I'm gonna go. Let me go back to wherever we were doing whatever we were doing. I have no idea where we actually were though. Ah, gotta be cache. Nope, wouldn't be cache because cache is related to cached stuff. Camera, debug icon. Where the fuck were we? Tab, no tree shed. Interface panel, top and bottom panel. No, tabs. It's gonna be tabs, and it's gonna be one of these is modified. Dock. Is it dock? It's gonna be dock. Okay. Okay, it's gonna be dock. Betting on dock. Layout dock. Okay, there we go. So again, we can mute access to the node. So instead, we're going to say, hey, mute camera. Sure. And then we're going to go down here. We're going to go, yeah. We're going to say for camera, we're going to say if let camera, if let viewport equals no, fuck, no, let some viewport equals equals camera dot viewport dot as mute, right? Else, yeah, else continue. Thank you. Else continue. Right. So we get our viewport and we have access to our viewport and we go how, yeah. So I'm gonna say if left viewport dot physical location physical position dot x equals we kind of need to know size, don't we? All right, so I guess we go let size equal context available rect size. No, just available rect, please. So let's say it's the size. So this is x, and then I'm gonna say ooh, we need access to the window. Damn it. Window. Query. Bevy window with a window primary window. I assume. Okay, so then we can say I guess it's single, isn't it? Single. Then we don't have to fuck around trying to like extract the only one. Right. So we say something like left. If we put it on left, then we want to say window dot width as u32, yeah, as u32 minus size dot width. Right. Well, if they're both floats, then we may as well sum them and then do that. So and as u32. So basically, take the width of the window and subtract that, and I don't think we care about the y. We're setting it and then else viewport dot physical position dot x equals 0. Okay. Then we want to say that the viewport viewport dot physical dot size dot size equals size dot size dot I think you as dot. I'm sure there's a fucking vec2. You're now a. Oh no, you're in a math fucking bullshit. Okay, so you vec to Bevy prelude you vec to new size width size height. Right. So that should be that, and then they set the Y. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100%. I'm pretty sure the Y is going to work in that when we do the top bottom panel, top panel. So when we say show, it says something like spacer, right? Like it's a panel, new panel, set clip rect, screen space rectangle for clipping when your panel is in the US. Oh. Show. No, not that. It's this in here. We say UI top bar. So top bar works by saying add space and then spacing, which is UI config dot spacing. And I'm pretty sure, not 100%, but I'm pretty sure the way this works is that it's just 2 times that, because there's like a line and then at the menu, which is a bit weird, but anyway. And viewport physical position dot y equals config dot spacing. I'm pretty sure it's times 2. 0. Nope. Config. I don't know where that comes from. Can we qualify? Great. UI config. Except this spits out what, F32 times that times 2 as U32. Right. So that should put our viewport in the right spot. And then it should be rendering the right thing, because again, we just need to put it in the right spot. Now the only thing left to do, I guess, is make sure that the actual camera that we spawn in, well, one exists, but it's kind of it, I guess. So we need to make sure that the camera exists, purely for the sake of, like, if the camera doesn't exist, oh, this is all going to mute. Like, I'm currently spawning the camera inside of so the issue with that is that it didn't seem to have, I probably just didn't give it the right component. So where is that? That's example. So I need to give you a when I spawn this camera, the right camera. So we don't need all this stuff anymore, which is fine. I do think that there's probably a better way of doing that, but anyway. So it's camera. Right, and then we don't worry about that. So we go here and we go, hey, instead of being test camera, you get to go granite. Bevy granite editor, and then it's like viewport camera. Yep. Now I'm curious if main camera and viewport camera. So the question is that the right size? Feels like the answer is no. What the fuck? So that's in the right spot, but it's definitely not the right size, unless it's like really wrong. So my question, I guess, is what is it actually printing out? The ironic thing is that leaving it full size wouldn't work. So I do need it to print out the size so that I can work out why it's wrong. So can we like print line print line, so screen size, I mean that should be right. The rest of it is to leave. So my suspicion here is that EGUI is doing some kind of scaling, and so the pixel count that I'm getting is not actually the physical size. like available rect. How much space is still available after panels have been added? But like, oh, it's a little bit too much noise. So camera before, so we say viewport physical position is 0.8, only 8 pixels from the top. Physical size is 6 by 3. Okay. Depth 0.1. Yep. And so you're saying that this is your values. So something about that is just too small, but that's kind of cool. Okay. So wait, screen size. We're pressing size. So you're saying that the available space is from 0 left 54 minus okay, well that makes this fucking easy to do. You can say size dot min dot y as u32. Okay, now I don't understand why the X is wrong, but again, that could be to do with some kind of like it's coming in partially scaled, which will be an absolute nightmare in the sense that, yes, it's partly scaled because it's not getting all the way to the bottom. And I suspect the amount that it's not getting to the bottom by will be, oh. All right. So I know that my screen is a certain size. When I do this, what do you seem to think? You seem to think that the amount of space left is 54 is obviously not enough. It's 60, I'm pretty sure. So where is 30 coming from? Because it'll be 2 times that. So first off, what are you scaling by? So 60 divided by 54. So 1.1. That doesn't seem like a smart idea, but 0.9. Interesting. All right, let's go back to the top and bottom panel. So when we say show, when we say top bar UI, say add space with spacing. What does add space do? Adds extra space before the next widget. Wait, okay. So theoretically, that's this space here. Right, so then we file panel. So horizontal menu, file panel, save. So UI button, save it. File, menu button, file. Okay, and save and open. Separator. Why are they separator? Okay, UI manual UI doc. Alright, so this is all still in the top UI apparently. Okay, so no true. So oh no, this is all the top. So just keep saying so. In here, so button save as file. So menu button file. If button save as clicked. So what is setting this button size though? I assume maybe in context. No, this is all top stuff because it's literally in the thing called top. Add space. Okay, and then UI separator. So separator, no, horizontal. So there's got to be something in there. Oh, this is vertical. Yeah, and if I close the vertical, that's everything, right? Yeah, okay. So something inside of either UI, because I don't think we have, do we have access to context? No, dot context dot height width default setting style dot height width. Nope. Okay, something somewhere is fucking setting the size of things. So when I call vertical, scope builder, top, align min, top down, layout, UI builder, new layout. ID salt, UI stack, layer ID, max layer, fucking. Yeah, but scope build like. And then scope builder takes in a UI builder and context. So. Yeah, fucking layout. Yep, some layout. Okay, so we go back to here and we go, hey, fucking UI builder. My assumption is that your layout. So we called vertical and add content, which calls layout top down. Yeah, and so the layout is top down, and so yeah, okay. Minder direction, main direction, wrap and fucking justify. Style, option arc style. Override text, override context, text style, drag, number, wrapping, spacing, size, and distance between widgets. Wrap mode. Animation time, visibility, allow scroll animation. Fucking, I don't know where I set the size of the goddamn widget. My assumption is that because we're saying something like, is 90%. Top, resizable, false, show, yes. These are all 90%, but that doesn't actually really help. So, top, bottom panel, size. Nope, side, top. New, top, bottom, side. Top, ID. Okay, so we call new, and it says side, ID, frame, resizable, show. Show separator lines, true. Default height, none. Height range. Fucking F min, new, min 20 to infinity. So we have something of with fucking, apparently it's 2 to infinity. So that doesn't help. It kind of does, but not really. Doc. So we go show. At some point it must call height. Fucking. You calling show and then fucking context and show and then panel and new panel and so on ID and layer max rect available rect panel set clip show dynamic. Is context pass state mutable state state allocate top panel rect from min max available rect dot min and rect dot max. Where'd rect come from? Okay, wait, inner response dot rect, the area of the screen we are talking about. Okay, so let top yeah, the top equals dot response dot rect dot height, I assume, is top height. HEID2. So my confusion here is that print line actual window size and print line no, top. Okay, so the question is the top height and the viewport size going to be the same? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, I hope not, because then it makes it easy, because I can just set that as the Y value. But what seems to be happening is it's just fucking losing its mind is what is happening. Okay, so you're at 54. You're at 54. So this is in some way representing the value. So here's the thing. The screen size, window size here, is saying that it's da-da-da, but it's actually da-da-da. And you're saying the da-da-da and da-da-da. Okay, so since we're launching at 1080, what I can do is I can say, I know that the cap that you're allowed to get to is 90%. It did not like that. Navigation, design size, negative 0.5. What did it get to though? 300. Okay, that doesn't seem right, but okay. So, navigation. Right, so something else is tweaking it. Can we maybe not crush the bottom then? I know. If I close you and I close you, now there's nothing to stop this, and so we can go here, how high can you go? Alright, so I'm pretty sure that you have rules that you can only go 32. Okay, and I'm pretty sure when we say like bottom panel, your height range is screen height. I don't know where you're getting screen height from. Wait, where the fuck is this all coming to? Context screen rect. Wait, can we... The fuck is this? Print line. EGUI is crazy. Fucking context.screenrect. If that does not, in fact, equal what the screen resolution is, the window resolution. What? Okay, screen rect. Position size of the EGUI area. Okay, anyway, so we have our width and our height and whatnot. So it says here, like the screen rect width, height. And so they say, hey, yeah, so you can go, you must be 150 and you can go up to the screen height times 90%, which if the screen height times 90% means that you can get to 72, means that it must be giving it 720 because it can go up to 90%. Which, to be honest, is slightly more confusing. Because the fuck kind of like... How are you in the wrong spot then? So you reckon that my screen resolution is 0 to 720, 20. Right, which... even more confusingly means that like what the EGUI is reporting and where the viewport is going are not the same numbers. Okay, so let's get rid of all these numbers because we can get rid of some of them. So I know that the EGUI and the screen and the window size are the same numbers. And interestingly, where the hell do I actually use window for getting its size? I can literally just say screen width. Screen width, because they're the same number. It means we can actually get rid of the whole thing where we request the window, because I don't think we actually use it. Right. So, next is the camera viewport. So, we say camera viewport before. So, camera, window, and camera viewport. So, as I said, physical position is 54, which apparently the physical position is not 54. My thinking here is that it's possible that 54 is referring to including the header, but I can't imagine it is. It doesn't make sense. And then physical size is this by this. Because... sure. But that number is, again, also just very wrong. And then top panel is 54. So when it says top panel is 54, it's saying that top panel comes down to 54. Because that's what I said, right? Like I said, like the top height, the height of the top panel. So we also don't need that because if we can get it from here. But why is it not actually there though? Like why is it not actually 54? What else does the viewport have? What the hell else does the viewport have? Like, it doesn't make sense. Because it's always in the same spot too, which is even more confusing of like, It's not this width. It's not that like a width. It's out by like a weird amount, and it's also a weird amount too short, and a weird amount too narrow, and that a weird amount is like 2/3, and it's fucking weird. Like it's 2/3 too high. Like it's more like a no, because it's like 2/5 too high, right? Because you know this was 3, 2/6, so yeah, 2/3. Okay, because we're 2/3 of the way up this one, so it's 1, and then if that was 3/3, then that makes it 1/3 too high. So then it's the same here as if it's like this is halfway. This is a third, and then we have third, and then we have third. So why is it a third too small? I mean, a third, and a third. Something is scaling by 50%, or scaling down by 50%. Oh, okay. So if I times physical Y position times 1.5, we're a third too high. I just have no idea if this would work because, yeah, what the fuck? What is scaling by 50%? Right. So then we say, hey, so if we times that one, we're fucking doing times, fucking times this by 1.5, and we fucking go here and times you by 1.5. Why is it scaled by 50%? That worries me because that implies that the scaling is probably something done either by Bevy, like there is a function to check that, I think, like a scale world or something, which is physical pixels. Okay. Well, outside the fact that I'm not controlling the right camera, this camera is not the main camera. If I said to you, hey, actually, I want to say, hey, your main camera, please. Oh, that didn't look good. So, for some annoying reason, you test. Mr. Main Camera here is not actually moving. You are probably also the main camera. So can I like get rid of you? And then, hey, now you work. Okay. So I don't know if it wasn't actually moving the test camera or whether it was a so you're going to then go here. Okay, you are a main camera, and so I can't move it. But is it actually moving? No. But if I look at you, I go, you are moving. Okay, so that's extra confusing because I don't quite understand why you would get overwritten. So I do feel like we're going to need to just like shadow whichever camera is selected. What the fuck is this building? Very strange. I feel like it should be done with a shader, and it's quite clearly not. Okay. So I have no idea why EGI is doing what it's doing. So let's just fucking implement like the bare minimum of effects. Variable left does not need to be mutable, but it does because I set it here, right? Left. Oh, I left. Okay, left equals left equals not left. Okay, there we go. So we can stop printing copious amounts of weirdness into the console. And then we can say like a top area. We don't need this anymore. Okay, can do that. Okay, so what we need to do is when we spawn the UI camera, UI, camera 3D. No, this is class camera 3D is active. So do we give this the main camera? Identity name camera 3D. Component sum main camera. This is such a weird way of doing it. So where the fuck is this main camera? So where do we actually spawn the main camera? Is the more important thing. So
I want to say it's in gizmos, maybe. No. And then there's like a UI mod panel. Edited gizmo ID UI. No, panel camera. So ordering one. If okay, so camera spawn. Do we return early? Yeah, we do. Main camera transform got single. Right. So add gizmo camera. Gizmo camera query. Event main camera added dot read. Okay. If gizmo camera is empty, no need. No need to create. Likely spawned by editor. If this plugin is being used without the editor, we will have to introduce gizmo camera. We will have an independent gizmo camera. If being used alongside the editor, we no need to create a gizmo camera as we have UI cam. Right, so that's something. Interesting. So our main camera added it, so it's saying so if something was added, message reader, main camera added. Why it's very confusing. So then UI camera. So if we get to here and then we spawn a UI camera. So we're not doing this because we've actually already got a UI camera, and this one's called gizmo camera. This one, so we need to find the one that's called UI camera. UI camera? Don't go case sensitive, please. UI camera? Yeah, name UI camera. So you add UI camera context. The fuck do we need the context for? Bevy EGUI oh, this is the primary context. Okay, insert UI camera. Camera for UI editor. Okay. Now, my curiosity here is that we don't give you a main camera, right? We just call you UI camera. It's very confusing. Tree hidden entity. Tag entity that is hidden in the node tree. Okay. So you, and there's our order of 2. Right, you. Pickable, no pickable, able pickable. So camera 3D, default. Alright, so apparently edited gizmo camera. What would be interesting is I'm curious if I gave this that like insert crates viewport camera. I'm the first layer entities without this component always belong to layer 0. So I'm curious if I should actually have layer 0 and that's all that's going wrong, is that it should have layer 0. I'm gonna be very curious what happens when I fucking stick this in the viewport like that. Because I'm pretty sure I concluded that any camera will so I don't even know if that did anything. Question: if we go back to you and say, hey, like, don't give this viewport camera. I'm wondering if this needs layer 0. I don't think I removed that for anything. Ooh, interesting. What camera is rendering this shit now? Because like there's only one. All right, like you, I don't think have the viewport camera, do you?
now it doesn't seem to be working in terms of so it's not you. Like if I turn this camera off, make you not active. Oh, you stop casting shadows, but you. I'm super curious if I turn this camera back on and then turn this camera off. But if I then turn this camera off and this camera off, what camera is rendering that? This camera? Okay, so you. Oh, I'm setting your viewport size at some point. Right. Okay. Anyway, if I said like 0, 0 and 1, that's why you look really fucking weird. More confusing is why does its shadows go away when it stops rendering? Are you like rendering the camera underneath? Oh, and there you fucking go. Did I break that, or is it just like? Now I'm super curious actually. Is if I came here and went viewport viewport view default like that. So the idea of doing default here is that if wait, is that all you have? No, you have other stuff. What is your problem? Oh, I can put a comma there. Right. So my curiosity here is if I give you a viewport. I hope there's not something I broke. Like if we go to like history and go to changes and go, hey, any chance that what file is that? I accidentally removed layer 0. Render layer. What are we in? We're in viewport camera utility. Okay, viewport editor, viewport camera utility. Did I remove? No. So it's Bevy for some reason decided that it doesn't default to having 0 turned on if you specify 1 directly, and that broke everything. It's fuck me, I guess. I don't think it likes that I'm doing 2. I don't know. Is it crashing? Does it crash? It is crashing. Okay. What the hell is crashing? What are you saying? Caused by in our command is our pass parameter encode is invalid. What? Web GPU core. Validation error. Trying to dissolve a surface acquire semaphore that is still used by surface texture. Something. I bet it's trying to render. It's saying I can't render to a subsection of the same viewport that I am, in fact. That, or it's because it's got a size and a width of 0, so we'll just make an actual viewport. I'm going to say physical position 0, 0, size of like 400, 400, and we'll run that and we'll see if that stops it from crashing. Because it could also just be that we're trying to render everything to a single pixel, but no. The next question is it crashing because I'm trying to render 2 cameras at the same time, doing the same thing? Don't care about you. Dungeon. So let's get rid of this camera and go, does this still crash? Because it could be that like we're trying to reassess 2 sizes, but to be honest, most likely what's happening is that I'm trying to resize a viewport that the EGUI is then trying to resize. Oh, I saw a big number. I saw an actual concrete number. It spat out something like 9,000. So it was like encode is invalid. Like, was it? What the fuck was it though? Like, I saw a number that was like 9,000. Oh, it would help if I was in the right crash. Okay, yeah, okay. So, in us, set sector rect command is not contained in the render target 1920 by 1081. Okay, first off, how the hell did you set it to being Y800 9000 by 10,000? Where did that come from? Who set you to that? It's got to be Doc, right? Like, I'm so pissed. This took so goddamn long when it was as simple as adding that layer back in. Camera mod, UI, yeah. So no, we're trying to go to like viewport icons. No, where is it? Interface. One of these is called like doc. Where the fuck? Editor state. Not editor state doc, right? No, I think it's interface. Tabs, layout. Okay, right. So my question here is, can we like print line camera viewport viewport? No, actually, we want to say no, it's context dot window. No, what the fuck was it called? Screen rect. Okay. So my suspicion here is that like the UI is getting very confused and somehow setting a value that's way too big on like one frame, and then the next frame it's crashing because it's like trying to render it onto a smaller space, and then it's bigger and then it's smaller again. So question is, if I come to the top here, did it? Okay, so it said camera viewport is 0 to negative 6,666. Okay, so six, like lots of sixes and a 7, and then 0 and lots of sixes and a 7. So it got here twice, and then it updated the fucking viewport and destroyed itself. So what we are then going to do is we're going to say, hey, can we like clamp this maybe? So we're going to say size here, right? Because we use size. So we say size dot width and size dot min, and then it's fucking size dot. Okay, so make this mute and say size dot so okay. So size dot y I don't think I care about, because that's like 0 times 0.5 is just still 0. It's a size dot width. So let's just let width equals size dot width times 1.5, because I suspect that I actually need to do that dot clamp between, I guess, 1 and well, here's the problem. The fucking viewport is the wrong size. So we need to actually bring window back in, which is annoying. Window. Query. Window, primary window. So, right, so window, primary window. Then we go to clamp and we say, hey, can we say like window, not query, single. Okay. The window dot width as f32. No, what? So first off, as u32, like that. And we go, hey, window width as u32. Thank you. Well, no, wait. But why did you try and cast it to U32? Don't cast it to U32 into the end if we can help it. I was only doing it because it was like, I mean, probably clamp our height, I think. Right. The height's the same, clamp to the window height, and then we say, hey, can we use width? As right, so maybe just as u32, throw it one step earlier, and then we want to say, hey, can we do width and height and run, and we go, hey, are you gonna crash this time? Hopefully not, because hopefully this time it will conclude that I have the data that I need. Oh, fucking okay, it didn't like that because somehow we got a negative number. How did we get a negative number? Negative desired size. Question. How did you get to a negative desired size? Can you clamp to like window.width times by 0.2 and window.width dot height times 0.2. So I think what's happening there is that because the left and the right panel can like be your maximum minimum width, well, actually maybe it's the fact that this has to be 150, so we can say 150. I think the other one's the same. We know that it has to be 100, so we'll say 160. 160. 160. Right. So the idea is that the minimum amount is still enough to render like 10 pixels. Yeah, okay, so I think what's happening here, maybe, yeah, so I think we just need like a second camera, which is going to be fun. So we're just going to put a second camera. So say you just you know, you're on layer 14, friend. Like that is your layer. Layer 14. And then we're going to go, hey, but like dot child with child, and then this is just going to be a camera 3D default. And this is going to be the viewport camera, like so. That's good. That's good. And then we got to go. We need camera. Yeah, ordering default, and then so ironically I actually want you to be 3 because I think I need you to render after that one. Like the lower the number, the slower they render. Dot default. Right, then you don't, yeah, you don't have a viewport anymore, so you need that and you render there, and then okay, so that should work in that our weird little camera won't now completely overwrite the camera on the previous camera. We can also get rid of that clamping stuff, wherever that happened to bend viewport camera. Layout dock. And we can say, hey, actually, you can have a max of this and a min of, I would say like 10. I don't know. There's no real reason to have a minimum, but alright, so you're all purple now because we need to say that you actually have none as your whatever the hell cameras utility here. So you need a tone mapper none. Run. Okay, so tone map none. Now you're in the right spot. Now you do this, and then the issue is that this camera is not the camera we're looking through. I don't think. Maybe it is. Ooh, well, I'm apparently clamping you to something that's broken that. Why does that not work? What am I clamping you? Okay, let's go with the let's not clamp it. I don't understand how it would get stuck like that, where it can't get big enough. But, you know, what you gonna do, what you can do. Where the hell is that dock? Okay, So don't bother with the clamping. Just don't clamp it. As you 32, and then same thing as height as you 32. So don't clamp it to a minimum maximum. 90% sure that's what I was doing. I never do left, and then this is the size, and then yep, position is there. If this works, then that makes 0 sense because I can't see why clamping to the max to the full window size, unless it's that this doesn't run every frame and that the window size doesn't actually update. We're back to not using the window size again, so that's good. Okay, so that must mean that the window size gets capped at 1080p even when, or not is it capped at, but it's like when I full screen my window, it's staying at 1080p. It's not actually updating that the window's bigger. So let's just not do that. All right, I'm going to commit this here. I'm going to go history. So I'm just going to look. So we added UI, which I actually don't think we need to do, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Let's actually untick the change because we don't need that. I assume. We can start changes in a second. So unknown. So I'm going to say that this is also not. Yeah, we're gonna leave it. So I need to make it like not require name. And I can call that as like an actual fucking commit. So where the fuck is that? That's in editors or interface cache. Yeah. So first off, name. Name is no longer required. Option name. Annoyingly, these all become optional. So we may as well just like fucking we have access to the world. We can just query them individually. Anyway. Name, yep, and then I was going to say name to string, name dot map f dot to string. I guess it should be n, but you know, n to name, and then unwrap or format entity and then entity. Thank you. Lovely. So the idea being that you either get the name or you don't have the name, and then they don't do fucking name. Okay. So yeah, these should not be requirements. I get why you would think transform and a name is a requirement, but name never should be a requirement because I don't want to have to name every component just to make it show up in the editor. Name cannot be dereferenced. Where are we dereferencing name? Where are we dereferencing name? You have the same fucking issue. Name dot map n. Stop making a string. Fucking n dot to string unwrap or format entity, and then name equals name new and updated name. Okay, so to be honest, you have access to commands. Don't do this. Go command dot entity dot insert name new updated name. Question: do we do anything with you? Are you a reference? Are you borrowed? I think you are borrowed. Yeah, so we have to clone it. Can't just copy. All right. So that should, at the very least, make name no longer fucking mandatory. I don't think. Yeah, you don't need to be mutable there because I make you mutable later. But I'm gonna go up to the wherever this declaration is. Up here. Maybe not. I don't know where it is. Must be up here. This needs at the top of this file. And we say, hey, so name. You don't need name mutably. You just insert a new name. You don't fucking update the current name. So format and then fucking find fix this. Change this to be. There we go. Go away. So that should mean that if you don't name an entity, it still fucking shows up and it still works. All right. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna go. So I'm gonna see if that works when I stash it. And then we can let the false
entity update, and then I don't know what any of this stuff's doing. We added the viewport camera, then we added the camera to the viewport camera, and then all this is hot garbage, and this can all just go. So this I'm going to go discard. It was purely for testing. Then we're going to go make sure that I didn't just fuck that up by discarding that. Be really annoyed if I broke it, but in theory the example shouldn't break by removing parts of it, because I should have in theory have put it into the implementation, and I already know how to fix it if it is broken. Okay, you seem fine, everything seems fine. Okay, close this. I did just think we need to find where the gizmo camera. There's one called gizmo camera. Where is gizmo camera? Name gizmo camera. You need to say layer 1, 14. I don't know layers from layers. I don't know if this is intended behavior that it'll render the world and the gizmos, but I feel like I have to do that, because if I don't, there's a good chance the gizmo camera just won't work properly. Like the change is that you now need to include not 1, it's layer 0. You need to include layer 0 or it won't render. So we don't use this camera, but it's like part of the functionality of having it. Anyway, so go. Everything was working. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna go added fixed nothing rendering when EGUI loaded. Turns out you need to have render layer 0 and 14. Now 0.16 only needed 14, and I guess always I assumed 0. Okay, or I broke it. Let's put that in there. Anyway, spent so long trying to fix, trying to work it out. I accidentally fixed. It's like local. When opening a scene, copy paste entity, duplicate entity camera from scene. Local gizmo expected to create on. Should we look? Fucking something about camera is centered on window. Okay. Accidentally fixed. Alright, now before I go pushing this to the cloud and checking, oh, no, I want to stash the change. Well, I'm going to get rid of it. I want to discard this. We'll just stash it. Fucking not any harder. Maybe it is harder. The fuck? How do I stash changes? Stash. I know we had to right click someone. So close this, open this, and go, do we need UI? Is that a thing? Or can I leave that out? I'm going to turn it back on as soon as I'm like done, and like once the pull request is up, because I'm going to start porting to Feathers, but I do want to make sure that it works without the UI before I make that a mandatory thing and port to Feathers. Okay, yep, it works without UI. So cool. So we're going to say push branch. Then I'm going to go to get Go to here, go, I'm so pissed off that I'm going to go profile, no, repositories, garnet, oh, granite, yeah, fucking, and put it, compare and pull request. Branch, I want to push it to dev, I guess, maybe. Port to 0.17. This this was hell, all because of one change Bevy made that took me forever to work out. Apparently you need both render, let's make sure it's actually calling it correctly. Where the fuck was that camera? Camera. UI camera. So apparently you need render layers from layers one reference 0.14 but in 0.16 we used render layers layer 14. This made nothing render after the UI had after the GUI was rendering. This made nothing other than EGUI render after the UI spawned. And I spent so long trying to fix this. I ended up basically implementing a fix for is it 37? What was it? It was the camera or okay, apparently I can only see my own issues, maybe? I don't know. Why can't I? Okay. I fix for the view port not being centered, being the camera center. So I made that feature. So I finished that even after I worked out the easy fix. Trying to fix this. Yep. So I ended up basically implementing a fix for the viewport not being centered to the camera. So I finished that even after I worked at easy fix. We now have a UI. camera with a view port camera as its child. We now have a UI camera with a viewport camera as its child. This could cause issues with user generated cameras, since they won't have their viewpoint port field set correctly. This could cause issues with user-generated cameras, since they won't have their viewport field set correctly. Allow it there. Why can I not tag that this so fixes 69 and camera is centered on N37? Okay, pull request, just one, and then say fixes and fixed hashtag 30. I want that 37. Center is camera is centered on window, not on people. I think. Okay. I am so fucking tired. I'm going to call it a day. Thank you for all the people that tuned in. It was great fun porting the editor over. I was hoping to port some of my other projects, but someone got me distracted on trying to implement a triggerer that would fire observers on a specific enum, and that was a lot of fun, but it also like consumed like 2 hours. So anyway, thank you. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.